And, oh, I'm sorry, do we? I was gonna open the door so everyone can hear it. My apologies. We'll open them right after. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands will lead us in O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us commend. Car ton bras s'est porté pays, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, today is the first ever I Read Canadian Day. This initiative was created as a collaboration between the Canadian Children's Book Centre, the children's author and my good friend Eric Walters, Canadian Society for Children's Authors, Illustrators and Performers, and the Ontario Library Association. The goal is simple. We want people to buy, borrow, read, and talk about Canadian books, whether they're English, French, or in Indigenous languages, and can be in print, e-format, and accessible formats. We're challenging the nation to read Canadian for 15 minutes today, to share their experience at their library, their school, and with their family and friends, or on social media with the hashtag #IReadCanadian. This celebration of Canadian literature for young people will leave a lifelong impact on Canadian youth and help transform an entire generation into lifelong learners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, I invite everyone to come visit the RCMP Heritage Centre in my home city of Regina, Saskatchewan. Located on the front lawn of the RCMP Academy, the Mounties Historic Training Facility, the mission of the RCMP Heritage Centre is to bring to life one of Canada's oldest and most iconic stories, the story of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. This story of our Mounties is a national story. It belongs to everyone. Visitors to the RCMP Heritage Centre can explore a variety of interactive exhibits and rare historical artifacts that bring to life over a century of our RCMP history, from the formation of the Northwest Mounted Police in 1873 to the modern-day Mountie. I would like to thank the many volunteers, donors, and staff of the RCMP Heritage Centre whose work continues to shed light on this important chapter of our shared history.
For Etobicoke Centre.
Days ago, we lost Christy Blatchford, one of Canada's most prominent writers and journalists. Born in the town of Rouyn-Noranda in northwestern Quebec, Christy wrote for the Toronto Star, the Toronto Sun, the National Post, and the Globe and Mail. She broke down barriers for women in sports reporting. She became an award-winning author and a war and courtroom correspondent. Christy always wrote with a unique balance of toughness and tenderness. From time to time, I had the privilege of debating the news of the day with Christy on News Talk 1010 radio. She was relentless in her pursuit of the facts and the truth to help us understand the issues that we face every day. I respected that in her, but I also respected her courage to unabashedly share her point of view, even when it was controversial. Maybe that's why News Talk 1010 morning host John Moore recently said, there are certain figures you turn to make sense of the world around you. Christy was one of those. I could not agree more. Christy, it'll be a lot harder making sense of the world around us without you.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the week of scholarship. The theme is our acts are to improve our success. Everyone should do more including we parliamentarians, to contribute to success in education. I want to highlight essential investments that teachers make every single day, every member of the staff at the school, including support staff. As a principal for 20 years, today I have a thought for young people who are having difficulties, for whom every school day is sometimes a burden. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laval des Îles. On February 14th, almost all of us celebrated Valentine's Day in one way or another. This day isn't just for lovebirds. It's an opportunity for happiness, forgiveness, and unity to revive joy, laughter, and cheer in the hearts of all human beings. To love is not simply to look fondly upon one another, it is to look all together in the same direction.
Minded that love is caring about each other, be united, and make out of our diversity a strong tie that holds us together forever and make Canada even better, because better is always possible. As no one is left behind in Canada, one for all and all for one. Joyeux Saint-Valentin.
Happy Valentine's Day to all Canadians and all communities throughout Canada and throughout the entire world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Shepherd.
I rise to pay respects to one of Canada's leading public intellectuals, Edmonton-born and Fairview-raised, with an academic career spanning McGill, Harvard, and finally the University of Toronto. A clinician by profession, and with over 2 million copies sold of his self-help book, one of Canada's best-selling authors. He's comfortable quoting Jung, Nietzsche, Solzhenitsyn, and his Bible lectures have struck a nerve with a secular generation detached from its roots. It is said a nation's treasure is its scholars. Mr. Speaker, Jordan B. Peterson is one of Canada's treasures. Rule 10 is to be precise in your speech, so let me be judicious. During his talks, he parsed his words carefully, imparting wisdom for introspective life. His battle with depression reminds us that being sick doesn't mean you are weak. He went to rehab to treat his addiction to anti-anxiety medication after his wife Tammy's terminal cancer diagnosis. He spoke frankly of his autoimmune illness and the life changes he had to make. His most recent health setbacks are a reminder of our mortality, regardless of fame or fortune. I invite all members to join me in wishing Dr. B. Peterson a speedy recovery.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness that I rise in this House today to remember Al Pace, a community leader Cape Breton lost last week at 81 years of age. Al was known for many things, a committed and loving family man being one of them. Al was a founding member of Sidco Fuels and Scotia Propane. Now, he knew the importance of giving back to community. His work ethic and dedication never ceased. In fact, even after his retirement, he showed up every day for work. Al served on many boards, including the Kiwanis Club, the Shriners, the Cape Breton Regional Hospital Foundation, and the United Way. He was the very embodiment of a rising tide raises all ships. On behalf of the Cape Breton-Canso constituents and members of this House, I wish to offer my sincere condolences to his 4 generations of family and his loved ones. Al was an inspiration to all and will be deeply missed. It is my hope that we can carry forward Al's community-first virtues for betterment of the province, the region, and our country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to announce that the artist Marie Lauzon from La Chute has once again managed to stand out on the international stage. Ms. Lauzon won a bronze medal at the 50th International Expo of Quebec's Circle of Painters and Sculptors, held last September at the Fondus Abbey near Cognac in France. Her abstract piece, Devotion and Determination, won over the jury, made up of well-known players on France's cultural scene. Furthermore, 4 of Ms. Lauzon's other abstract works are currently on display in Montreal's Convention Centre. The citizens of Argenteuil La Petite Nation and I are proud of you. And we are proud that you make us all shine. You are now part of my writing's ambassadors.
Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Congenital Heart Disease Day in Canada, which took place last week on February 14th. Congenital heart disease, or CHD, affects over 250,000 Canadians across our country. It is the world's leading birth defect, with roughly 1 in 90 Canadian children being diagnosed with some form of it each year, including holes in the heart, valve defects, stenosis of arteries and veins, and much more. Thankfully, with technological and medical advancements today, about 90% of these children survive to adulthood. There is no cure for CHD, which means access to specialized care is essential, particularly for Canadian adults. Research on adult CHD has not reached the same level of other areas of heart disease, even though it has the potential to have a huge impact. I encourage all Canadians to follow the mission of the Canadian Congenital Heart Alliance. We need to spread the word about the growing population of survivors and help them get the care and support they need to live long and healthy lives.
The Honourable Member for Dorval, Lachine LaSalle.
Celebration of Black History Month, I wish to honor Florence Kennedy, a lawyer and a pioneer in the women's movement. Flo has been neglected by history, including her very important role in the legalization of abortion. There is no real acknowledgement of this Black woman's extraordinary struggle in the fight for all women. At a crucial time in the 1960s, using ideas from the Black Power movement, Flo shaped the feminist movement into what it is today. She organized protests, boycotts, and fought pro bono for social justice issues in court. 60 years ago, Flo pinpointed what we only started speaking about recently, that the feminist movement cannot ignore interlocking forms of oppression. To no avail, Flo tried to organize interracial feminist organizations that would address these very critical issues. She was one of the most vocal, blunt voices in the feminist and Black Power movements, and once said, there aren't too many people ready to die for racism. They'll kill for racism, but they won't die for racism. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honour Joan Carr, Edmonton Catholic School Superintendent, who we lost to cancer this month. Pioneering early learning programs, improving Indigenous learning, and helping new Canadians enter the school system were all part of Joan's 14 years as head of the Edmonton Catholic Schools. In 2017, Joan was recognized as Canada's top school superintendent. An elegant and attentive person, Joan never lost the heart of a teacher despite her exacting responsibilities as superintendent of over 44,000 students. She modeled servant leadership to an extraordinary degree, empowering all those who work for her to realize their talents, and focus always on supporting parents in their role as the primary educators of their children. Joan was gifted with the support of her husband, Kevin Carr, himself a legend in the educational leadership. She was a loving face of Jesus the teacher for all those she served. Well done, good and faithful servant. Enter the glory of God, Joan. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over 100,000 men and women in Alberta and Saskatchewan remain out of work. This crisis was created by this government's malicious indifference towards the energy sector. But there's hope on the horizon in the name of a $20 billion mining project that would see 7,000 direct jobs created and countless more in spin-off and support work. Which is why it's so confusing that members of the Prime Minister's own caucus, I'll point out just two, the member from Kingston and the Islands and the member from Toronto Danforth, are actively promoting a petition calling for the cancellation of this job-creating project. These reckless actions will not only cost our country thousands of jobs, but will tarnish our country's reputation again as a place unwilling to move projects forward. Brutal. My people in Regina Louvain are looking towards this Prime Minister, hoping he'll stand in his place today and promise thousands of Western Canadians that this government will create this job-creating project. Tech Frontier project needs to be approved now, and we're hoping he won't show the same weak leadership that he showed in this House yesterday.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I am scared. History has shown us too many times that when change happens, all too often people target who they see as other. When anyone defines a person or a group of people as other than, we forget the connection of our human family. All All people want an environment that sustains us. All people want safety for their community and their loved ones. All people want to be heard and seen for the realities they are experiencing. In my riding and across Canada, pressure is rising to address Indigenous rights and title, to build an economy that will provide living wages while protecting the environment. I am calling on all Canadians to put down the weapons of racist language. Yes. I am calling on all people to not be silent, but to remind one another we can have a difference of opinion, but we should not spread hate. Yes. As a mother of Indigenous children and grandchildren, they are precious to me. I am calling on all of us to keep all of us safe. Yes.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister gave the Minister of Heritage the mandate to look at national policy on museums to make sure that people can discover history. And in my riding, I have Expo Rail, which is a museum dedicated to railways. The Standing Heritage Committee recommended that it be given the status of National Museum in 2007, but the first meeting of the committee's work is going to happen today. I hope that the members will meet and have a great first meeting and not forget that your country was built thanks to the railways. Rail transportation is still important, as we have been able to observe recently. The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. While we were living here in Canada, a crisis got worse, and the Prime Minister went to meet an African president as part of his charm offensive to get that president's vote. I would like to remind our Prime Minister that this foreign leader supports the criminalization of homosexuality in his country. Existing laws were used to arrest people from LGBTQ communities while they visited loved ones in hospital, led to brutal repression by local police, and were used to deny access to medical care. This situation is dire when we see our Prime Minister ready to sacrifice human rights in a bid to get a seat at the United Nations. He has no plan to solve the current rail crisis. He's supporting a foreign leader who violates LGBTQ rights. This is hypocrisy from this man of the theater who is two-faced. Such inconsistency is nothing new from this Liberal government. The environment isn't being respected, money's being wasted, and LGBTQ rights are being sold out. Thank you.
For Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 100th anniversary of Kin Canada, the nation's largest all-Canadian service club organization. Over 6,000 members belong to more than 400 kinsmen, Kin and kin clubs across Canada, dedicating themselves to serving the community's greatest need. Since its founding by Hal Rogers in 1920, the association has contributed more than $1 billion to Canadian causes, communities, and individuals in need, as well as to disaster relief efforts beyond our borders. Kin Canada's repertoire of good deeds includes supporting the fight against cystic fibrosis, having raised more than $47.6 million for research and patient care since 1964. Awarding bursaries to Canadian students from coast to coast to coast, and spreading cheer on its National Day of Kindness. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members to join me in expressing our heartfelt gratitude to all of these inspiring individuals who uplift their communities in a spirit of cooperation, inclusiveness, and compassion. Thank you, Kin Canada.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I quote, we need to work together to get the police working together in all provinces. A calendar or timeline has to be set. I'm not talking weeks, I'm talking days. It's time something was done. Who said this? Quebec Premier François Legault. So, Mr. Speaker, was Mr. Legault right to say this? Or is he disqualified from participating in future federal provincial meetings? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We take this crisis seriously. It's unacceptable that so many Canadians are facing shortages and layoffs. We know that we must make every effort to peacefully resolve this worrisome situation, and that is exactly what we intend to do. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He should do something about it. Exactly. After 2 weeks of inaction and weakness, CN Rail and Via Rail have announced that they are laying off nearly 1,500 workers because of these non-stop blockades across Canada. 1,500 men and women who have to look their families in the eye and tell them that they were laid off. They still have bills to pay. So can the Prime Minister tell them on what day will the blockades come down?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We're working extremely hard, doing absolutely everything we can to resolve these situations peacefully. We know that an overly aggressive approach like the one proposed by the Leader of the Official Opposition will only lead to more challenges down the road. But I do agree with the Leader of the Opposition on one thing. This situation is unacceptable in the fact that it's hitting Canadians so hard, facing layoffs, facing shortages. That's why we are doing everything we can to resolve this peacefully. We will exhaust every effort to resolve this peacefully. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister still refuses to take any kind of action. Now, these radical activists have erected these blockades because they want to shut down our resource centre. Protesters 4,000 kilometres away want to cancel billions of dollars worth of resource projects, one supported by the elected council of the Wet'suwet'en and even the British Columbia NDP government. This is not a way to grow the economy. The Prime Minister is showing incredible weakness in refusing to do anything about this. So once again, can he tell people who are just laid off on what day they can get back to work?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Continuing to do everything we can to resolve this situation peacefully. That is what Canadians expect of their government. We understand how difficult this is for so many people who are facing shortages, who are facing layoffs right now, but we know we need to resolve this in a way that won't create more problems months from now over the coming years as well. That is why we are taking every step necessarily to resolve this constructively, peacefully, and rapidly, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Leader of the Opposition.
Except, Mr. Speaker, they're not doing everything. They could actually be moving to take these blockades down. The reality is that the Prime Minister is trying to make a link between reconciliation and a group of radical protesters who have nothing to do with the First Nations affected by this decision. These are groups whose self-professed goals are to shut down all development in our energy sector. They are anti-free market, and they are ignoring the science of these approvals. So, once again, will the Prime Minister take action and tell these out-of-work Canadians on what day they can return to work?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Speaker, we understand this is an unacceptable situation. Canadians are hurting. Canadians are facing layoffs. This is something we need to resolve, and we need to resolve it not just for today and tomorrow. We need to resolve it for the weeks and months to come. Unfortunately, the approach that the Leader of the Opposition is proposing would not ensure jobs and stability for Canadians in the future. That's why we on this side of the aisle are focused on resolving it peacefully. That's what we will do.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Only to this Prime Minister standing up for the rule of law somehow aggressive behavior from a government. It's the bare minimum that Canadians expect from their elected officials. Now, yesterday there were suggestions that some of the blockades might come down if the RCMP withdrew from certain sites. Now, when asked about this, the minister said that they were considering that. So why is the government considering directing the RCMP not to uphold the law, but ruling out asking them to enforce the rule of law?
Speaker, Canadians understand that this is a very serious situation, one that holds the path of reconciliation and partnerships on one hand, and the other side. I hate to interrupt the Honourable Prime Minister, but I'm having a hard time hearing his answer.
Point, Speaker.
I think we're ready. Please proceed.
And of course, this is a situation facing many Canadians who are dealing with shortages, or dealing with challenges to their own disrupted lives, but also possible layoffs. That's why we are focused on real issues that will matter to Canadians, a real solution forward, not rhetorical games or playing short-term politics as the members of the opposition continue to do.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the escalation in job losses has begun in the riding of Belleuil-Chambly. Companies are saying the situation is getting grave. There's a danger of running out of stock. If you're interested in the economic consequences, I would encourage you to speak to the Quebec Premier. The Premier knows that empty rhetoric changes nothing. That's our experience. The First Nations have their own leaders. Their question is, does Canada have one? If the Prime Minister wants to open up a dialogue, what is the nature of the forum for this open discussion? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we continue to engage directly with various leaders in First Nations. We know that there are a number of groups within the various Indigenous groups, and we are engaging with as many as we can. We recognize how complex this situation is. It's very difficult for business people, for Canadians, for people dealing with layoffs. We are going to continue to work on resolving this situation peacefully and quickly. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, not much progress has been made. If the government had a solution, there should be a discussion first and foremost about the usefulness of withdrawing the RCMP from Wet'suwet'en territory. Has the government considered the idea of withdrawing the RCMP, who are perceived as an intrusion, and replacing them with an Indigenous law enforcement body of their choosing? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. That's a good idea, and it's one among many that we're discussing and considering with BC. It's an issue that is for the police forces to decide and the provinces to decide where the RCMP works as a provincial police force. But that's precisely the type of discussion and thinking that we are having with a view to peacefully resolving this situation. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a national crisis, and it shows a lack of leadership.
Need concrete proposals to solve and de-escalate the situation. Now, we've got 3 proposals to help de-escalate the situation. First, the Prime Minister must meet with the hereditary chiefs in Wet'suwet'en. Secondly, the Prime Minister should appoint a special mediator to facilitate the conversation. And thirdly, the RCMP need to stand down to allow these conversations and dialogues to happen. So will the Prime Minister meet with the hereditary chiefs and appoint a special mediator?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Indigenous Relations has been engaged closely with the Wet'suwet'en hereditary leadership, has indicated many times that she would be willing to meet with them at any given moment. The Wet'suwet'en are continuing to reflect on this, but we are impressing upon them the urgency with which they really need to engage in finding paths forward for the benefits of Canadians, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, who are being sorely affected by the shortages, by the disruptions, and indeed by the layoffs.
For Burnaby South.
Thank you. The Liberal government has already spent $4.5 billion to buy a pipeline. And to expand it, it could cost over $13 billion. Recent polls show that when the price goes up, support goes down because people understand there are better ways of spending this taxpayer money. Does the Prime Minister agree that there are better ways of investing taxpayer money to create quality jobs and reduce emissions? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we approved the Trans Mountain Expansion Project because it's in the public interest, because we recognize that we are still a society and a world that relies on oil products. They need to be extracted and transported in a responsible, sustainable, and safe way. We also know that we're going to plow all of the profits from this project into the green transition. That's a positive way of continuing to fight climate change.
Or Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the illegal blockades have been in place for over 2 weeks. This is a national crisis. Commuters can't get to work, producers can't get their goods to market, and people are losing their jobs. The Prime Minister's weak leadership has forced Premier Moe to convene a special meeting of all the provincial premiers to discuss a way forward. Why is the Prime Minister abdicating his job to the premiers?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to speak with Premier Moe just minutes ago to talk about the work that we're doing all together, federal and provincial levels, to engage with this solution, to recognize that this is a challenge that has its origins in BC, but have issues and repercussions right across the country, upon which we must be working together. Every Premier understands the need to resolve this quickly but peacefully, and that is what we're working on together.
That's right.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were hoping the Prime Minister would present a plan yesterday to bring down the illegal blockades that are costing jobs, causing Canadians real hardships, and are also making a mockery of our laws. Instead, they got weak and ineffective words. Even the premiers are unimpressed with the Prime Minister's pathetic response. In fact, Premier Scott Moe has called and initiated an emergency call with other premiers to address the crisis. So when will the Prime Minister step up, do his job, and put an end to these dangerous and illegal barricades?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I just said, I was pleased to speak just minutes ago with Premier Moe to discuss the concerted approach by both the federal and provincial governments to ensure that this national challenge is responded both at regional levels and the federal level. We will continue to work to resolve the situation, which is extremely difficult for Canadians right across the country. We know, however, and we are all premiers and Prime Minister united in the fact that we need to resolve this quickly and peacefully.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, since the start of the railway blockade crisis, the Prime Minister has shown weak leadership. And now the Quebec Premier is getting exasperated. François Legault said yesterday that the government was losing control and we're on the brink of some serious problems. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister doesn't get why urgent action is needed, could he take a bit more responsibility and show a minimum of leadership and tell us when he's going to come up with a plan, with a timeline? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canadians expect us to resolve this situation, but in a sustainable fashion, not just short term. That's why we're working hard to resolve the situation peacefully. Solutions like those proposed by the Conservatives would merely increase the temperature and jeopardize our economy for months to come. We know that we need to do everything we can to resolve this situation peacefully. That's the best way to support Canadians who are so concerned about their jobs and their daily lives. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Well, if there's a shortage of propane, there are going to be problems in Canada. There's nothing for Via Rail, for CN workers, nothing for the 350 workers in Lac-Mégantic, nothing for farmers, nothing for people whose propane is being rationed. These disastrous consequences are occurring while the Quebec Premier is saying that if nothing is done, all the provinces are going to have to step in to fill the void. Will the Prime Minister recognize that his lack of leadership will cause thousands of job losses in Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, to avoid months and even years of instability, we want to resolve this situation peacefully. The Conservative approach would raise the temperature through the use of force. That is not a solution. We will work with the premiers, including Premier Legault, to resolve this situation peacefully. That is what Canadians expect.
Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, the illegal rail blockades are yet another blockade and another barrier for Canadian grain farmers, and the situation is a crisis. There are 19 ships off Prince Rupert and another 50 ships off the Port of Vancouver, many of them waiting to be loaded with grain. Every week that the rails are blockaded with illegal blockades costs Canadian farmers $50 million. Wow. We are more than 4 weeks in, and Canadian farmers already hit with the Liberal carbon tax are seeing their bills mounting. When will this Prime Minister safely remove these illegal blockades and get our commodities moving again?
Mr. Speaker, our priority is resolving this situation peacefully because we know that is the long-term solution that is needed for this country. It is essential that we work together across provinces to bring down the temperature and to bring down these barricades, but to do it in a way that is peaceful, that is concrete actions that is going to resolve this situation. That is what we are doing. The raising of the rhetoric and temperature by the members of the official opposition is not serving to help any of the Canadians who are facing layoffs or disruptions in their daily lives.
The member for Chilliwack Hope.
Protesters continue to shut down our railways, blockade our ports, and target our border crossings. 1,500 workers have already been laid off, and thousands more are at risk of losing their jobs. Reserve supplies of home heating oil, propane, and chlorine for water treatment are running critically low, putting the health and safety of Canadians at risk. Will the Prime Minister finally show some leadership and demand that the court injunctions against these illegal blockades be enforced, or will he continue to embolden the mob that is giving the courts the Trudeau salute?
I'm sorry, I got up to point something out, but I realized that it was a historic reference. I'll leave it at that. Everyone knows why I got up. The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are focused on helping the thousands of Canadians, tens of thousands of Canadians who've had their lives disrupted, that are facing shortages, that are facing layoffs. We will continue to work to help them both in the short term and in the long term by resolving this situation peacefully. We will continue to work to exhaust every option to resolve it peacefully because we know this is a situation deeply concerning to Canadians right across the country.
That's right. On reflecting on that, I just want to remind the honourable members that the rules state that you cannot do indirectly what you can't do directly. So,
the honourable member for Avignon-La-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the railway blockade crisis was triggered by the RCMP. They're the ones who stoked the fire by ordering their officers to arrest peaceful Wet'suwet'en demonstrators. They're the ones who ordered their officers to use maximum force, including the use of snipers, to disperse demonstrators. Snipers, Mr. Speaker. You can't make this stuff up. To calm the crisis, will the Prime Minister... I'll interrupt the member just for a few seconds, please.
I'm hearing her. She's at the other end, and the noise is getting rather loud.
I'll allow her to continue her question. Please continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To calm the crisis, will the Prime Minister, 1, call on the RCMP to withdraw from Wet'suwet'en territory, and 2, apologize for the overzealousness of the RCMP? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this opportunity the member has given me to remind people that in BC, there is no provincial police force. The RCMP act as the provincial police. It's the equivalent of the OPP or the Sûreté du Québec in BC. And it is the responsibility of the province to oversee RCMP conduct. Obviously, there's a federal component, but they are acting as a provincial police force in this case. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik, AU. Mr. Speaker, the crisis worsens with every passing moment. I was astounded yesterday to hear the minister saying she was planning to meet with Wet'suwet'en demonstrators by month's end. It's not a matter of weeks, Mr. Speaker, not even of days. It's a matter of hours. Action is needed now. Will the Prime Minister tell her to convene a meeting immediately? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Indigenous Affairs is willing to meet with Wet'suwet'en leaders at any time. The challenge is that those leaders are not available to meet right now. We are going to continue working on organizing that meeting. We're doing everything we can to resolve this situation peacefully, and we will continue to look for every possible way. But our willingness is there. We want this resolved quickly and peacefully. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, for the PM and all members' information, the government can give orders to the RCMP. After denying this, the Minister of Public Safety finally admitted it to the House yesterday. These illegal blockades must stop. Surely there are ways of ending them without disturbing the peace. It takes leadership, which the Prime Minister is woefully lacking in. Why hasn't he instructed his minister to put an end to this national crisis? The Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity to remind everyone what the facts are. The blockade in Belleville is the responsibility of the Ontario Provincial Police to deal with. Obviously, we're coordinating between the federal government and the provinces. There's a lot of work to be done, but the federal government or any government does not have the right to order the police force of another jurisdiction to do whatever. That's part of our democracy.
Yesterday, the Minister of Public Safety conceded that under the RCMP Act, he does in fact have the authority to provide direction to the RCMP. When the Prime Minister finally, will the Prime Minister finally show some real leadership and instruct his Public Safety Minister to direct the RCMP to enforce the law and safely end these illegal blockades?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, politicians don't order the police around in operational matters. That is a well-established principle in our democracy. We are working with all partners across the country to resolve this situation peacefully and rapidly. That is what Canadians expect, because Canadians are hurting, Mr. Speaker, from disruptions to shortages to layoffs. This situation is unacceptable. That is why we are doing everything we can to resolve it as quickly as possible.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, the Prime Minister ironically now says that he doesn't order police officers around. That'll be news to Mark Norman. Today at Finance Committee, I asked the Finance Minister, who's supposed to be in charge of the money, how much these illegal blockades are costing the Canadian economy every day. He didn't know. Does the Prime Minister?
Yes. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that this is a time of hardship for Canadians, with shortages, with disruptions in their daily lives to commuters, with layoffs as well, Mr. Speaker. This is a situation that needs to end. It needs to end peacefully, but it needs to end quickly. And the approach that we're taking is to look to resolve this in a peaceful manner so that we don't continue to see disruptions like this in the coming months and years.
Well, Member for Carleton.
So the Prime Minister, like his Finance Minister, does not know how much this illegal blockade is costing our Canadian economy in terms of dollars. We know today that 1,500 rail workers have lost their jobs. They went home and looked their families in the eye and said, I lost my job. So can the Prime Minister tell us how many Canadians across the country in total have lost their jobs so far as a result of these illegal blockages?
Mr. Speaker, far too many Canadians are facing disruptions, facing shortages, and yes, facing layoffs as well. This is the...
Right Honourable Prime Minister, I think we're ready.
Mr. Speaker, the very real challenges and suffering faced by Canadians in this situation is why we are so resolved to solve this situation peacefully and quickly. This is something that we need to resolve for the stability and the opportunities for Canadians across this country. That is what we will absolutely do.
Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, our country and this government is facing a crisis. The Prime Minister tells us that no relationship is more important to him than that with Indigenous peoples. But the protests we are seeing tell us that Indigenous people have had enough of this government's empty promises. The Wet'suwet'en people have been patient. They waited decades for the federal government to meet with them in good faith on the question of their title and rights. Will this Prime Minister travel to Wet'suwet'en territory and personally sit down with the hereditary chiefs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs have been engaged closely with the province on issues of title and rights. That table is proceeding in a very positive way. They've also engaged directly with the federal government on issues of child and family services in very fruitful discussions over the past few years. We will continue to engage with the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs and indeed with all Indigenous leaders across this country on the path to reconciliation, but also to look to resolve this current difficult situation for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's pipe dream is a nightmare for both the environment and the economy. With the Trans Mountain expansion, the Liberals gave the largest gift to an oil company in Canadian history, and the costs just keep going up. Now, the Finance Minister won't even say how much is too much. We know as the costs for TMX skyrocket, opposition to it grows too. So when will the Liberals come clean about the full cost of this pipeline, and when will they admit they were wrong to buy it in the first place?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion is in the national interest. Getting our resources to markets other than the United States is a positive thing for our economy, positive thing for workers across the country, and indeed consumers and taxpayers across the country as well. And it is also going to be helpful for our transition and for our fight against climate change, as all the profits from the extremely profitable pipeline that will be built will be poured into the clean energy transition and invested in green solutions. That is how to manage the path forward responsibly for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, the Veteran and Family Wellbeing Fund is a crucial tool that our government has introduced which helps veterans, their families and veteran organizations across Canada. This program provides grants and contributions to organizations to conduct research and implement projects that support the well-being of veterans and their families and will have a lasting impact on the veteran community. Can the Prime Minister tell us about recent projects our government has funded through this important program?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
I want to thank the member for Charlottetown for his question and for his hard work on behalf of Canadian veterans. We announced the investment of $400,000 for Operation Entrepreneur, which will help veterans get the skills and support they need to get started in business as they transition to civilian life. We've also announced an investment of $400,000 to Good Shepherd Ministries that will support homeless veterans and those at risk of becoming homeless. We're working to ensure Canadian veterans and their families are receiving the skills and support they so deeply need and deserve.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives stand with the Wet'suwet'en people. When it comes to Coastal GasLink, the Wet'suwet'en elected chief and councillors support this project. We recognize that self-determination and economic independence are important steps.
If I can have your attention, please. Order. 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 It's pretty bad when you can't hear the question and the heckling's coming from both sides. The Honourable Member, please continue.
Speaker, we recognize that self-determination and economic independence are important steps on the path to reconciliation. Can the Prime Minister explain how allowing activists to block the independent decision-making power of Indigenous Canadians supports reconciliation?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, reconciliation does not mean deciding who speaks for Indigenous communities. It is respecting their own leadership and respecting their disagreements within their communities as we work with them constructively. Mr. Speaker, the members opposite want to pick and choose who speaks for Indigenous communities. That is the broken way of governments past. We need to start from a place of respect and self-government, and that is what, on this side of the House, we understand. Unfortunately, it is the last thing that the people on the other side of the aisle understand.
Honourable member for Dignity, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, through you I ask, does this Prime Minister think he actually knows more about what's best for Indigenous Canadians than they do themselves? The Coastal GasLink project will create hundreds of jobs, millions of investment in the local economy, and provide a path to prosperity for the communities affected. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about providing the hope of a better future. Instead of platitudes and empty promises, when will the Prime Minister support true reconciliation and allow Indigenous Canadians to prosper by participating in the LNG project?
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to be able to stand beside Premier Horgan a number of years ago and announce the largest private sector investment in Canada's history for LNG Canada. We understand the benefits that it goes to Indigenous communities, and that's why we continue to move forward on that path. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, it would be a grave error for the Conservatives to continue to think that they can pick and choose who speaks for Indigenous Canadians. We will continue to engage with a broad range of Indigenous choices leadership and respect their choice in terms of leadership.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, how funny to hear the Prime Minister talk about leadership because he's shown anything but over the past 2 weeks. Canadians are suffering, as are entrepreneurs. Citizens of my riding communicated with me, and they said the situation is worse than in November. They've had to put aside many propane buses. So can he tell Mr. Bergeron when these blockades will be lifted? Honourable Prime Minister, I understand completely the concerns of many Canadians about the shortages and layoffs. We know that this is a situation that must come to an end, but we have to solve this situation peacefully. What the opposition is proposing is to use force, and that is not a solution to solve the challenges that Mr. Bergeron and others are facing. We've always worked peacefully to resolve our issues and to solve challenges quickly. The Honourable for Louis Saint Laurent. Quickly, well, it's been 2 weeks of total inaction that PM talks about quickly. But unfortunately, I have to tell Mr. Bergeron that he'll have no answer to his question. However, the Prime Minister, I'd like to ask you a simple question, because he's the head of a state of a law-abiding country. Can he tell us quite something simple? Are these blockades illegal? Right Honourable Prime Minister, given the situation, it's illegal to block a railway, but the way we solve this situation is not just as simple as what the opposition would like us to believe. We can't just use force to solve this situation. We have to solve it peacefully so that we have a resolution that is lasting for years to come. And that is our emphasis, Mr. Speaker. That's what we've chosen to do, and that is the action we're taking every day, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Ballet-Chambly. I'm perplexed, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the Prime Minister can help me. If I understood his question to my colleague earlier, the Prime Minister of Canada, who has been traveling the world for a UN Security Council seat, is said to have called the Wet'suwet'en leader and said, "We can't help you." Did he say that he was refused a meeting with the Wet'suwet'en people? And if that didn't happen, when will the meeting take place? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've worked to have meetings with the Wet'suwet'en. The Minister of Indigenous Affairs has done so. Unfortunately, they're not available right now for this meeting, and that is why we are working to obtain a meeting, and we're going to continue to do so to solve this situation peacefully and quickly. The Honourable Member for Golay-Chambly. I'm almost speechless, but not quite. The Prime Minister answers the question as if he was in the opposition. He denounces economic issues and shortages. He says it's illegal, but then he says, but you have to speak to them. But is there a leadership issue here? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. To solve this situation, the Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are taking concrete action to solve this situation, and that it does include meetings between ministers and the people of Wet'suwet'en. We recognize that things are moving too slowly, especially for many Canadians that are facing shortages, blockades, and we're going to continue to do everything in our power to solve the situation peacefully.
Mr. Speaker, because of the illegal blockades, has had to lay off 500 workers. VIA has just announced 1,000 layoffs. In making that announcement, the Via Rail's CEO said in 42 years of existence, this is the first time Via has had to interrupt most of its service, all because of this Prime Minister's lack of action and weak leadership. How many more Canadian jobs have to be lost before he does his job and actually takes firm action?
Forceful solutions proposed by the members opposite will not result in better economic stability or better opportunities for Canadians. We know that the only path forward is to exhaust every possibility to resolve this situation peacefully. That is exactly what we will stay focused on doing. Elevating the temperature and going in forcefully is not going to solve this before we have resolved every step peacefully first.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Job losses from these illegal blockades are growing by the hour. Last night, CN Rail announced 450 workers will be laid off. Today, Via Rail announced another 1,000. When Canadian workers and families have their livelihoods and safety put at risk, the Prime Minister offers nothing but platitudes. If these illegal rail blockades continue, Atlantic Canada will run out of propane. Airports will run out of de-icing fluids that keep us moving in the winter. And water treatment facilities will soon lack chemical supplies that keep our drinking water safe. When will this government finally stand up for Atlantic Canada?
Good question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
If we do not exhaust every possibility of resolving this situation peacefully, the disruptions to the Canadian economy, to hardworking Canadians and their jobs from coast to coast to coast could be massive and could last over the coming months. That is why we are focused on resolving this situation peacefully and rapidly, and will continue to do everything we can to do that, including engaging directly with all different Indigenous leaders.
Member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's weak leadership is hurting Nova Scotia. Acadian Sea Plants, which employs over 400 people in my riding, has run out of propane and can't ship their products to market. The Autoport in Eastern Passage handles thousands of cars for the North American market and employs dozens of people, issued layoff notices. Even Royal Propane in Digby, a small business in West Nova, employs about 40 people supplying product, has to issue layoffs. Mr. Speaker, how many more jobs must be lost before this Prime Minister acts?
Mr. Speaker, resolving this situation peacefully is the way we need to stay focused to get through this situation. The forceful responses that the opposition is proposing would not make things better for those workers or for the region. It would make things worse for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. That is why we are exhausting every possibility to resolve this peacefully.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a country of choice for the African diaspora, which is drawn to our bilingualism, economic opportunity, and top-notch higher education. Last week, the Prime Minister and several of his ministers went to Africa to develop new trade opportunities. Can the Prime Minister inform this House about the measures taken by the government to boost trade between Ethiopia and Canada? Thank you. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for her question and for her hard work. Growing and diversifying Canada's global trade in buoyant African countries is a priority for our government. This is why Canada and Ethiopia trade totaled $170 million in 2018, and we are negotiating a foreign investment promotion and protection agreement with Ethiopia to help further boost trade and corporate investments in our two countries.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just said he was going to resolve this in the coming months. The forestry industry in BC is in crisis. 24 mills have closed down and 10,000 workers are out of jobs, have been impacted. And now we have blockades. 80% of the product goes to mills by rail. The Prime Minister's weak leadership is going to lead to more layoffs and more hardship in my communities. When will the Prime Minister end the blockades?
We're working every day to resolve this situation peacefully and rapidly. The concern is if we were to take the forceful proposals by the Conservatives, we would actually extend the challenges faced by the Canadian economy by many months and possibly years. We need to exhaust every effort to resolve this peacefully. That is the best way to support workers across this country, businesses, and indeed Canadians who are worried about those layoffs.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lizé, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just answered one of my colleagues saying that it was illegal, I repeat, illegal for a rail blockade to occur. Can the Prime Minister tell us when he's going to ask his minister to enforce the law? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are doing everything in our power to resolve this situation peacefully. We recognize that this is an extremely difficult situation for many Canadians across the country that are facing layoffs, but we're going to do everything we can to solve this situation rapidly, which is unacceptable. Thank you.
Today, the Prime Minister talked about force. But the force that's required today is a strength of conviction from him to be a leader and put an end to this crisis, not the weak embarrassment that we've seen on display for the last 2 weeks. He must understand that enforcing the rule of law is his duty, and it's an inherent act of peace. Force. How long is he going to let this continue for? A week? A month? A year? Forever?
Mr. Speaker, the job of the Prime Minister is to stand up for Canadians and to protect them and their livelihoods today and well into the future. And it is that drives this government.
Ceremonial. Stand up for Canadians, not Doug.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the job of a Prime Minister is to stand up for Canadians today, tomorrow, next month, and next year. That is what we are focused on, and that is why searching for a peaceful resolution to this situation is the right path forward.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, Canada is deeply concerned by the suffering of the Venezuelan people and remains firmly committed to the promotion and protection of democracy and human rights. In response to attacks from the Maduro regime against democratic rights, Canada imposed several targeted sanctions. We have condemned systemic human rights violations by the illegitimate and dictatorial Maduro regime. Can the Prime Minister inform this House about the measures taken by this government to ensure ongoing international action in favor of the Venezuelan people and the interim president, Juan Guaido? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle for her question and for her hard work. Last month, I met with the interim president of Venezuela here in Ottawa. I'd like to congratulate their people for their tenacity and for their continued fight for democracy and human rights. I'm pleased to be meeting with the Lima Group tomorrow, and we encourage the international community to work together to move beyond this humanitarian and democratic crisis caused by the illegitimate President Maduro.
Kona.
Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals are failing to de-escalate the growing crisis across this country, they're creating another one for working people in my province. In Alberta alone, 19,000 people have lost their jobs in the last month. Jason Kenney's policies and cuts are hurting Albertans, but so is this government and its refusal to deliver on their promises.
Order. Order, please. The honourable member can continue, please.
Mr. Speaker, I will repeat that last bit. Jason Kenney's policies and cuts are hurting Albertans. But so is this government's refusal to deliver on their promises. They are failing on reconciliation, they are failing on the environment, and they are failing on diversifying the economy and supporting Alberta workers.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, workers in Alberta have faced a very difficult few years. We are conscious of that. That is why we've worked to build the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion, which will allow access to new markets, something that Alberta has long asked for, but that was unable to have been delivered by the previous government. On top of that, we've invested in significantly more infrastructure projects over the past 5 years than the Conservatives did over 10 years. We will continue to invest in ways that benefit Alberta and indeed the entire country, because when one part of the country is facing difficulties, Canadians stand with them, and that's what we're doing with Alberta.
And that's all for today for questions.
That's all for today.
It being 3:10 p.m., pursuant to order made on Tuesday, February 18th, 2020, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of M. Blanchet relating to the business of supply. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Monsieur Blanchet, appuyé.
Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Therrien, moved that the House call on the government to increase the special employment insurance sickness benefits from 15 weeks to 50 weeks in the upcoming budget in order to support people with serious illnesses such as cancer. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Blanchet. Monsieur Blanchet. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Terrien. Monsieur Terrien. Madame Normandin. Madame Normandin. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Madame Gill. Madame Gill. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame Michaud. Madame Michaud. Madame Posé. Madame Posé. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Plamondon. Madame Vignola. Madame Vignola. Madame Gaudreau. Madame Gaudreau. Madame Larouche. Madame Larouche. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Boudria. Monsieur Boudria. Madame Chabot. Madame Chabot. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Madame Desbiens. Madame Desbiens. Monsieur Champoux. Monsieur Champoux. Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca. Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca. Monsieur Lemire. Monsieur Lemire. Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe. Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Trudel. Monsieur Trudel. Madame Bérubé. Madame Bérubé. Madame Charbonneau. Madame Charbonneau. Monsieur Désilet. Monsieur Désilet. Mr. Scheer. Mr. Scheer. Miss Finley Holborn Norfolk. Mr. Police. Mr. Police. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mrs. Block. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Alislev. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou. Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Rempel Garner. Mr. Rempel Garner. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake. Mr. Blenny Bechassi-Zichemé-Levy. Mr. Blenny Bechassi-Zichemé-Levy. Mr. Mott. Mr. Mott. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Martel. Mr. Martel. Mr. Lou. Mr. Lou. Mr. Bertod. Mr. Bertod. Mr. Workington. Mr. Workington. Mr. Nader. Mr. Nader. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Upal. Mr. Upal. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Hoback. Mrs. Cousy. Mrs. Cousy. Ms. Finley, South Surrey White Rock. Ms. Finley, South Surrey White Rock. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. Mr. Cumming. Mr. Cumming. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Morant. Mr. Morant. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Generator. Mr. Generator. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Broussard. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards. Ms. Harder. Ms. Harder. Ms. Dancho. Ms. Dancho. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abouteyev. Mr. Abouteyev. Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster. Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster. Mr. D'Entremont. Mr. D'Entremont. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Allison. Mr. Allison. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Kiski. Mr. Fast. Mr. Fast. Mr. Godin. Mr. Godin. Mr. Gould. Mr. Gould. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire. Ms. Rood. Ms. Rood. Mr. Halan. Mr. Halan. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Sahota Calgary Skyview. Miss Sahota Calgary Skyview. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Shields. Mr. Shields. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Benson. Mr. Benson. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Aitchison. Mr. Aitchison. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Bragdon. Ms. Shin. Ms. Shin. Ms. Jansen. Ms. Jansen. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dowdle. Mr. Dowdle. Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. Mr. Epp. Mr. Epp. Mr. Cram. Mr. Cram. Mr. Currick. Mr. Currick. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Liepert. Mr. Liepert. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lewis Essex. Mr. Lewis Essex. Mr. Mazer. Mr. Mazer. Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean. Mr. Malello. Mr. Malello. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Redekop. Mr. Redekop. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Steinley. Mr. Steinley. Mr. Talker. Mr. Talker. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Viss. Mr. Viss. Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey. Mr. Julian. Mr. Julian. Ms. Ashton. Ms. Ashton. Ms. Kwan. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Bulleris. Mr. Bulleris. Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River. Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River. Ms. Kakak. Ms. Kakak. Mr. Duval. Mr. Duval. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Cannings. Ms. McPherson. Ms. McPherson. Mr. McGregor. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Johns. Mr. Johns. Mr. Green. Mr. Green. Ms. Gazan. Ms. Gazan. Madame Hughes. Madame Hughes. Mr. Backrack. Mr. Backrack. Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus. Mr. Davies. Mr. Davies. Mr. Garrison. Mr. Garrison. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Matheson. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Blakey. Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands. Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands. Mr. Manley. Mr. Manley. Mrs. Atwin. Mrs. Atwin. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. Sajan. Madame Joly. Mr. Blair. Mr. O'Regan. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Duclos. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Freeland. Mr. Morneau. Mr. Champagne. Mr. Lemetti. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Miller. Ms. Chager. Ms. Tassi. Ms. McKenna. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Carr. Mr. Easter. Mr. Tansey. Mr. McKay. Ms. Scroll. Mr. Regan. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpaleja. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Oliphant. Ms. Onan. Ms. Murray. Mr. Guilbeault. Mr. Holland. Ms. Ing. Madame Fortier. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Gould. Mr. Hussein. Mr. Mendocino. Madame Leboutier. Madame Bibeau. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Vandal. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Casey. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Aria. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bertina. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Amos. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Lightbound. Mr. Lamour. Ms. Petitpot-Taylor. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Mr. Algabra. Madame Bendayen. Mr. Varani. Ms. Demoff. Mr. Ananda Sangri. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Beach. Mr. Schiffke. Mr. Sims. Mr. Chen. Mr. Cormier. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Drouin. Mr. El Khoury. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Hardy. Ms. Young. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Fergus. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Bruson. Ms. Kara. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Vancouverden. Ms. Jones. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Yakuno. Mr. Jahari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon-Coquitlam-Port-Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Robillard. Ms. Sahota, Brampton North. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanga. Madame Martinez-Ferrada. Madame Brière. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Kuzmaricik. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Seri. Madame Shanahan. Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Tabera. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Mendez. Ms. Yip. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Baker. Mr. Batiste. Madame Bessette. Mr. Blois. Mr. Dong. Ms. Jazik. Mr. Kellaway. Madame Koutrakis. Madame Lalonde. Ms. Latanzio. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Pulowski. Mr. Cedar Brampton East. Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Weiler. Ms. Zan. Monsieur Zuberi.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare the motion carried. I wish to inform the House that after the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 9 minutes due to this vote.
We'll give them a few minutes to... If you can hear my voice, please say shh. Thank you. I just want to remind the honourable members, it's wonderful to see everyone getting along. Maybe either keep it very quiet or leave the chamber and continue your conversations there. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 3 reports of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group. The first concerns the 72nd annual meeting of the Council of State Governments, State Governments West, held in Big Sky, Montana, United States, from July 16 to 20, 2019. The second concerns the 74th annual meeting of the Council of State Governments Midwestern Legislature Conference, held in Chicago, Illinois, from July 21 to 24, 2019. And the third concerns the 59th annual meeting and regional policy forum of the Council of State Governments Eastern Regional Conference, held in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, U.S. from July 28 to 31, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
The honourable member for Sackville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the standing orders, I have the honour to present in both official languages the report of the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie with respect to its participation in the political committee meeting held in Cambodia from May 3rd to 5th, 2019. And also the report of the political committee meeting in Djibouti from March 5th to 6th, 2019. And third, the final report has to do with our participation in the Parliamentary Network on HIV/AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria meeting held in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of the Congo, from November 18th to 19th, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Brampton North.
Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the second report later this day.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. We have a procedural glitch. Let me just confer with the table. Very good. Introduction of private members' bills. The honourable member for Richmond Hill, Mr. Jawari, seconded by Ms. Khalid, moves to introduce the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code Pre-Sentence Report. The motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for... I'm sorry? Not yet. No. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great honor for me to rise today to reintroduce my private member's bill as a member of Parliament for Richmond Hill. This bill will amend paragraph 721-3-A of the Criminal Code. I also like to thank my honourable member from Mississauga, Aaron Mills, for once again seconding this bill. This bill will mandate that alongside such information as age, character, behavior, and willingness to make amends, information outlining mental health disorder and available mental health care program for the accused be provided in the pre-sentencing report, unless otherwise specified. Access to such information is vital to ensuring that Canadians with histories of mental illness are afforded care, compassion, and appropriate treatment throughout the process of their rehabilitation. I urge all members of this House to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Jawari, seconded by Ms. Khalid, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Maguire, seconded by Mr. Mazier, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Transfer of Small Business and Family Farm or Fishing Corporations. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain, or Brandon Souris, my apologies.
I'm pleased to rise today to introduce my private member's bill, An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Transfer of Small Business or Family Farm or Fishing Corporation. This bill will level the playing field for small businesses, family farm and fishing corporation owners when transferring their operation to a family member. Currently, when a person sells their business to a family member, the difference between the sale price and the original purchase price is deemed to be a dividend. However, if this business is sold to a non-member family member, it is considered a capital gains, which is taxed at a lower rate and allows the seller to use their lifetime capital gains exemption. This bill will allow small businesses, farm families, and fishing corporations the same tax rate when selling their operation to their family member as they would selling it to a third party. I encourage all members to support this bill to promote sustainable small business succession, enhance opportunities for entrepreneurship, and end the inequitable taxation of those transferring a small business, farm, or fishing corporation to a family member.
Great bill. Mr. Maguire, seconded by Mr. Mazier, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Massey, seconded by Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Copyright Act, Crown Copyright. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise to reintroduce my bill to amend the Copyright Act. In particular, we would drop Section 12, and that is, quote, without any prejudice to any rights or privileges of the Crown, no copyright subsists in any work that is or has been prepared or published by or under the direction of the control of Her Majesty or any other government department, end quote. As things stand now, Mr. Speaker, the government is a closed door when it comes to government publications, research, and a number of periodicals that are published. In fact, this costs a significant amount of taxpayers' money. Second, it is against open government, and this is based upon a law that Canada enacted in 1921, which was based on a law from 1911 from the UK. Therefore, this bill would save money for taxpayers, it would provide for educators and innovators, open government, and bring accountability. Most importantly, it would bring Canada in line with so many other countries that have information available for business or civil society for the advancement of our nation and our country of Canada, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Massey, seconded by Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, moves that the bill be now read first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Thank you. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Weber, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, Organ and Tissue Donors. This motion is deemed to be deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to reintroduce my private member's bill that I originally introduced in the previous parliamentary session. The bill last year passed unanimously through all stages in this House in just 25 sitting days, but unfortunately it did die on the order paper at second reading in the Senate when the election was called. So I'm here today again to once again introduce this bill. Mr. Speaker, there are approximately 4,600 Canadians currently awaiting a life-saving organ transplant. And while about 90% of Canadians approve of organ and tissue donation, only about 20% of Canadians actually have registered consent on their provincial or territorial registries. This is an absolute unacceptable number, and so this is where we can help as parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker. My bill would assist Canadian provinces and territories in growing and maintaining their organ and tissue donor registries. The bill is simple. It would ask Canadians on their annual income tax return if they consent to having their provincial or territorial government be informed of their desire to be added to their organ and tissue donor registry. It's that simple, a question of consent on the income tax form. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Revenue Agency prohibits the use of the income tax form for any purpose other than the administration of taxes. In order to allow for a question regarding organ and tissue donation on the tax form, a legal exemption must be created. This was done once before in the tax form so that Elections Canada could ask Canadians for updated contact information. So again, what I'm proposing is a simple question of organ and tissue donation be placed on the tax form alongside of the Elections Canada question. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd for seconding my bill, and also the 20 members of Parliament from all the parties in this House who have officially seconded my bill in a remarkable display of parliamentary cooperation. So I ask all members of this House, through you, Mr. Speaker, to pick up the torch and consider passing this bill again with the same amount of enthusiasm so that we can help save lives for hundreds of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Weber, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the second report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to this House earlier this day be concurred in.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present 4 petitions in the House today. The first bill deals with legislation that was discussed in the last Parliament, and we now have a similar bill proposed in the Senate in this Parliament. In the last Parliament, it was Bill S-240. In this Parliament, it is Bill S-204, and it seeks to combat the scourge of forced organ harvesting and trafficking by making it a criminal offence for a Canadian to go abroad to receive an organ without consent, and also creates mechanisms by which someone could be deemed inadmissible to Canada because of their involvement in organ harvesting and trafficking. This petition is in support of that concept and of those bills. The second petition is to highlight particular challenges faced by the Sikh and Hindu minority in Afghanistan. And it's a long-standing call to action by members of those communities here in Canada for the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to use the powers granted to him to create a special program to help persecuted minorities in Canada be privately these persecuted minorities in Afghanistan to be privately sponsored by the communities to come to Canada. The petition further urges the Minister of Foreign Affairs to raise the persecution faced by these communities with her Afghan counterpart and to strongly advocate for more to be done to protect them. The third petition highlights specifically the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China, and it calls for more to be done by this Parliament and by the government to combat this gross violation of fundamental human rights. The fourth petition highlights challenges faced by the Pakistani Christian community as a result of the blasphemy laws and other conditions in Pakistan, the abuse of those laws as well to target minorities, and also in particular the challenges of Pakistani Christian asylum seekers in Thailand, the challenges as a result of detention, crackdown, inhumane conditions, etc. So it urges the Government of Canada to take up this matter urgently with the Government of Thailand and call for protection and humane treatment for Pakistani asylum seekers, and also that they be able to apply for refugee status with the UNHCR and for resettlement without fear of being arrested, detained, or deported. Thank you very much.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, today I table a petition calling for the reestablishment of a program to protect the shorelines in my riding against erosion. There was another petition in the previous Parliament that was tabled, but unfortunately, in addition to refusing to meet with residents on this topic, no answer was given to the petition because of the elections, and so there was no follow-up. It was impossible to follow up with the Speaker on this petition, so I hope that this time round the Transport Minister will show more respect to the petitioners and give an answer, and hopefully a positive one at that. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, next Saturday, February 22nd, will be the first anniversary of the Algerian people's uprising calling for democratic reform, more democracy, more respect for human rights. There are thousands of Algerians who have taken to the streets to claim that respect, but unfortunately they're dealing with an authoritarian regime that does not respect these expressions. We find it very unacceptable, and hundreds of people have signed this petition to put a stop to this and for the release of all political prisoners in Algeria and the systemic violations of human rights by the Algerian government should be condemned. As Canadians and Quebecers, we should all stand along with the Algerian people.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my honour to present a petition signed by 1,281 Canadians after 14-year-old Devon Selby's murder in Hamilton, Ontario that was the result of continuous and unaddressed bullying. And since 1977, both number and rate of youth aged 12 to 17 years accused of homicide has risen 41%. The petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to immediately and thoroughly review the Youth Criminal Justice Act and make the appropriate amendments to stem the tide of the increasing violence.
Petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise today with a petition. It's an e-petition, which I note parenthetically is strangely now omits the addresses of the people that I'd love to know where the petitioners were from, but I'm proud to present their petition, which calls on the government to act to name the overdose crisis what it is in this country, a public health emergency, and to take the kinds of steps that are required based on evidence. The petitioners are concerned that we take a comprehensive, multifaceted approach, recognize that the opioid crisis is primarily a health issue, not a criminal issue, and that we should listen to experts and frontline workers and decriminalize drugs in Canada.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Here to table a petition on behalf of Denman, Hornby, and Lasqueti Islanders, Qualicum Beach residents, Parksville, and Courtenay. They're calling on the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to suspend the 2020 Salish Sea herring fishery until a whole of ecosystem plan is in place to fairly compensate local fishers for economic losses that they might incur, to ensure that decisions are made with the full participation of First Nations and local communities. Madam Speaker, they're highlighting that Pacific herring is the basis of the food web that supports Pacific wild salmon, killer and humpback whales, cod and halibut, seabirds, and other interdependent species on the Pacific coast. And the reason they're concerned, Madam Speaker, is the herring has dropped approximately 1/3 between 2016 and 2019, and that the unexpected drop in the herring in 2019 was due to overfishing. And so, Madam Speaker, they're calling on the government to take action. I brought this issue up with the minister just yesterday. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm tabling two petitions, actually. One, the first one from constituents, it's about Ukrainian International Airlines Flight 752. They're reminding the House again that 176 people were killed in this atrocity, including 57 Canadians. They blame this horrible atrocity on the Iranian regime and the Iranian regime alone. They're reminding the House that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is responsible for terrorist attacks all across the Middle East, and they want the government of Canada they remind the government of Canada that it has an obligation to ensure that Iran is held accountable and the families of the victims receive the justice they deserve. So they are asking for the government for the following: to immediately implement a conservative motion passed by Parliament in 2018 to list Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization, that fair compensation be paid to the families, and that the Iranian government and the Canadian government ensured the repatriation of the remains. The second petition is from, again, petitioners in my riding, Madam Speaker, who are drawing the attention of the House to the fact that on May 30th, 2019, Alberta Premier Jason Kenney kept his campaign promise and gave Albertans the largest tax break in Alberta history by repealing the punishing NDP carbon tax. Therefore, they are asking the Government of Canada to scrap the leftover federal carbon tax that has been imposed on Albertans as of January 1st, 2020. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for the Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present two petitions today. The first one is calling on the House of Commons to create a citizens' assembly for electoral reform and require the citizens' assembly to complete its work within 12 months and adopt any recommended changes to our electoral system before the next federal election. Shows that an Angus Reid poll found that 85% of respondents supported the Citizens' Assembly to deliberate on electoral reform and deal with the distorted results from our recent federal election. For example, one Green MP represents 378,000 voters, one Liberal MP represents 37,000 voters. The second petition that I want to table today is for Falun Gong adherents, and they're asking that we pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime's crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and publicly call for an end to persecution of Falun Gong in China.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I believe the Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View has a point of privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise on a question of privilege regarding a deliberately misleading statement presented to this House by the Minister of Natural Resources. I asked the Minister on December 5th, 2019, if his department had granted any contracts to the Pembina Institute since January the 1st, 2017. This request was made through written question number 50. The Minister's answer was, and I quote, Natural Resources Canada, Atomic Energy of Canada Limited, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, the Canadian Energy Regulator, and the Northern Pipeline Agency have not granted any contracts to the Pembina Institute since January 1st, 2017, end quote. If you look online, Mr. Speaker, at the government's proactive disclosure report available through the Open Government portal, it lists 8 contracts, all awarded by the Department of Natural Resources and all awarded to the Pembina Institute since January 1st, 2017. I'm sure you're aware, Mr. Speaker, with the ruling of Speaker Jerome on November 6, 1978, Speaker Jerome found a prima facie question of privilege after the member for Northumberland-Durham was assured by the Solicitor General that as a matter of policy, the RCMP did not intercept the private mail of anyone. In testimony before the MacDonald Commission, the former commissioner of the RCMP stated that they did indeed intercept mail on a very restricted basis and that the practice was not one which had been concealed from ministers. The member claimed that this statement clearly conflicted with the information he had received from the then Solicitor General some years earlier. The response by the Minister of Natural Resources to my written question claimed that no contracts were granted to the Pembina Institute since January 1st, 2017. That same minister then provided conflicting information online, as I stated earlier. Another example of a prima facie case involving conflicting information provided by a minister can be found on pages 8,581 and 8,582 of the debates from February the 1st, 2002. The Speaker was concerned that despite the fact that the Minister of National Defence stated that he had no intention of misleading the House, contradictory statements were made by the Minister and the records were left with two different versions of events. On March 9, 2011, the Speaker considered a matter where it was alleged that the Minister of International Cooperation made misleading statements in committee and the House. The Speaker noted that a standing committee had made material available that could be measured against other material, including statements in the House and answers to oral and written questions. He said that the statements made by the minister had at the very least caused confusion. He then decided to allow the member to propose his motion to the House referring to recent precedent and mindful of a ruling by Speaker Jerome to the effect that in case of doubt on a question, the Speaker should leave it to the House to decide. I point out that this is not a simple matter of the government just deciding not to give an answer to a written question, but a matter of a minister deciding to deliberately deny an answer by providing the wrong answer to the House, while at the same time exposing this deception by providing the real answer elsewhere. On December 16, 1980, at page 5797 of Hansard, the Speaker ruled, and I quote, "While it is correct to say that the government is not required by our rules to answer written or oral questions, it would be bold to suggest that no circumstance could ever exist for a prima facie question of privilege to be made where there was a deliberate attempt to deny answers to an honourable member," end quote. Before I conclude my remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on the question of privilege raised by the member for Timiskaming James Bay yesterday because it is relevant to my question of privilege. The member argued that the information he received from the Minister of Justice regarding the legal costs of fighting Indigenous children at the Human Rights Tribunal was misleading and that the minister should be held in contempt of the House. The member brought to the attention of the Speaker other information provided by the minister to another source that was significantly different from the answer he received through his written question. The member also asked the Speaker to apply the test used by speakers laid out in page 85 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, which clearly states that, and I quote, "When it is alleged that a member is in contempt for deliberately misleading the House, 1, it must be proven that the statement was misleading. 2, it must be established that the member making the statement knew at the time that the statement was incorrect. And 3, that in making the statement, the member intended to mislead this House," end quote. I want to go on record as supporting the honourable member's question of privilege and to let him know that I share his frustration with a government that consistently displays a dismissive attitude towards Parliament and its members. A course, Mr. Speaker, that ought to be corrected in the early days of this Parliament. One way to do that, Mr. Speaker, is to allow this matter to be considered by the members of this House. I ask you to measure the content of the answer given by the Minister of Natural Resources to my written question against the information the same minister provided in his proactive report. And if this gives you any doubt, Mr. Speaker, or causes you confusion, then I urge you to leave it to the House to decide, as Speakers Milliken, Jerome, and many others have done in the past under these circumstances. And when you are ready to allow this matter to be put to the House, I will be prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member, and I will take that under advisement and return to the House should we see fit. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commencement of debate at second reading of Bill C-5, an act to amend the Judges Act and Criminal Code, standing in the name of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Whoops, I'm sorry. Put that there. One moment. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Monsef, moves that Bill C-5, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, Canada.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to speak in support of Bill 5 this afternoon, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code of Canada. This bill is premised on the conviction that when survivors of sexual assault appear before our courts, they have the right to be treated with dignity and respect and to be assured that the law of sexual assault is being faithfully applied. There's no room for court decisions to be tainted by harmful myths and stereotypes of how survivors of sexual assault ought to behave. The determination to tackle this problem is deeply held by this government, but I know that it is also shared by parliamentarians from all regions of this country and of all political stripes. Depuis trop longtemps,
for all too long, victims of sexual assault have had to deal with the justice system that did not treat them with the dignity that was due to them. For fear of being harassed or humiliated, many victims of sexual assault decided to not press charges. And this is why most cases of sexual assault in Canada are not reported to the police.
It's not an issue that is easy to resolve, Madam Speaker. Parliament alone cannot do it. Improving the way the justice system treats victims of sexual assault requires the mobilization of all levels of government and many stakeholders for broad action. In addition, all members of Canadian society have a shared responsibility to challenge and counter the myths, stereotypes, and attitudes that have a pernicious effect on our justice system. In this regard, education and information play a critical role. I applaud the extraordinary work that many organizations and individuals right around Canada are doing tirelessly to this end. Yet Parliament does have its own responsibilities. We can and we must, as parliamentarians, take action, Madam Speaker. Canadians need to know that their elected representatives in this chamber are resolutely working towards a criminal justice system that all Canadians can trust and turn to, especially those that are the most vulnerable. To this end, Bill C-5 that is before the House today seeks to ensure that Superior Court judges have the awareness, skills, and knowledge to handle sexual assault cases in a manner that is fair to the parties, that is free from myths and stereotypes, and that treats survivors with utmost dignity. The bill also promotes rigor and transparency by requiring that judges provide reasons for their decisions in sexual assault proceedings, and that these reasons be set out in writing or in what is called the record of proceedings. I would like to acknowledge the remarkable leadership on this matter that was presented by the Honourable Rona Ambrose, the former interim leader of the Conservative Party of Canada in the last Parliament. In the previous Parliament, Ms. Ambrose introduced Bill C-337, the predecessor to the very bill before you today. As you will recall, Madam Speaker, Bill C-337 received unanimous support in this very chamber, strengthened by an amendment brought forward by the Standing Committee on the Status of Women that did excellent work on studying this particular bill. And they worked to amend it to include social context education into the bill. That complementary piece will ensure that judicial training and education includes working to better understand the demographics, the background, and the lived experience of the litigants that appear before our courts. Le Sénat a renvoyé le...
The Senate sent the bill to the Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs, which proposed useful amendments to address concerns, stating that this bill could undermine the independence of the judiciary. As you may remember, several stakeholders and parliamentarians, including those who sponsored this bill, lauded the work done by the committee of the Senate to improve this bill. I also feel this way about the amendments that the committee made. Unfortunately, we were unable to adopt this bill before the end of the last Parliament.
But since the last Parliament, we have seen cross-party support for reviving this important measure. This is evidence of the strong support for the convictions underpinning this important bill, convictions which transcend political parties and partisan interests. So on that note, I want to thank all of the parties, as well as our colleagues in the other chamber, for their commitment and for their collaborative approach to this initiative. Canadians sent us to this chamber with a clear message that they expect parliamentarians to be working together. Our work on this bill is a clear illustration that we are listening and acting accordingly. I want to talk next about the focus on judges themselves, Madam Speaker. This bill places particular emphasis on the judiciary. Our government recognizes the need for education not only for judges, but also for all actors in the justice system. We are working with our provincial and territorial counterparts and justice stakeholders to expand our efforts in this area. However, the focus of the bill before the House today is on judges themselves. And to be a judge is to bear an important responsibility, Madam Speaker. And I want to quote here from the Honourable Justice Gontier, former Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada. What Mr. Justice Gontier said was, quote, "The judge is the pillar of our entire justice system and of the rights and freedoms which that system is designed to promote and protect. Thus, to the public, judges not only swear by taking their oath to serve the ideals of justice and truth on which the rule of law in Canada and the foundations of our democracy are built, but they are also asked to embody them." Justice Gontier continued, quote, "The personal qualities, conduct, and image that a judge projects affect those of the judicial system as a whole, and therefore the confidence that the public places in it," end quote. The confidence of the public in the administration of justice is a critical aspect of the underpinning of the bill that is before us.
And given the fundamental role that judges play, the public's expectations are particularly high. As mentioned by the CJC, or the Canadian Judicial Council, and I quote, "From the time they are considered for appointment to the bench and every day thereafter, Superior Court judges in Canada are expected to be knowledgeable jurists. They are also expected to demonstrate a number of personal attributes, including knowledge of social issues, awareness of changes in social values, humility, fairness, empathy, tolerance, consideration and respect for others. In short, Canadians expect their judges to know the law, but also to possess empathy and to recognize and question any personal attitudes and sympathies in the past that might prevent them from acting fairly."
To meet these very high public expectations, relevant judicial education is essential. This education must be continually evolving in order to equip judges to perform their duties in situations that are constantly changing, that are dynamic. There's a lot of great work being done now, but there's a need to enshrine in legislation that there's an expected requirement going forward. That is why judicial education is a central feature of the bill under consideration before you now, Bill C-5. Our criminal law, Madam Speaker, has undergone considerable reform over the past 3 decades to encourage reporting of sexual assaults, to improve the criminal justice system's response to sexualized violence, and to counter discriminatory views of survivors that stem from myths and stereotypes about how a true victim, and I put that in quotation marks, Madam Speaker, is expected to behave. We know that such perceptions, myths, and stereotypes have no role in the justice system in 2020. That is what this bill targets. As a result, the Criminal Code prohibits all forms of non-consensual sexual activity. It provides a clear definition of consent. It identifies when consent cannot be obtained, and it sets out the rules for admissibility of certain types of evidence, to deter the introduction of these harmful myths and stereotypes. Now I want to turn to the bill before the Chamber to explain a few of the proposed legislative amendments. The bill before us is, as I mentioned at the outset, essentially the same as the former Bill C-337 from the previous Parliament and as amended by the Senate. In order to require newly appointed judges to undergo training on sexual assault law and social context, the bill proposes to amend the Judges Act and to include a new eligibility requirement. Under this requirement and this amendment, candidates for appointment as a judge of the Superior Court will be required to make a commitment to undertake this type of training if they are appointed. And that's an important caveat, Madam Speaker. Upon appointment is when the training would take place. This training is to ensure that the courts take into account Canada's extensive law and jurisprudence on sexual assault and information on the social context of litigants without being influenced by preconceived or erroneous ideas. The bill also clarifies that seminars established by what is called the Canadian Judicial Council on matters related to sexual assault law must be developed after consultation with groups or individuals the Council considers appropriate, including sexual assault survivors and groups supporting them. In addition, the bill requires that the Canadian Judicial Council will provide to the Minister of Justice for tabling in Parliament an annual report containing details on the seminars offered on matters relating to sexual assault law and indicating the number of judges who have been attending. This is intended to enhance accountability in the education of sitting judges on these matters and to act as an incentive to encourage their participation. Finally, Madam Speaker, the bill amends the Criminal Code to require judges to provide reasons for decisions under sexual assault provisions of the Criminal Code. This amendment is intended to enhance the transparency of judicial decisions made in sexual assault proceedings by rendering them accessible, either in writing or in the record of proceedings. So oral reasons would be sufficient as well, Madam Speaker. Now, I want to mention and clarify that this proposed amendment to require judges to provide reasons in the determination of sexual assault matters specifically is complementary to 3 currently existing requirements. So the members of the Chamber should understand that currently under the Criminal Code, Section 726.2 requires judges to provide reasons when they are sentencing. There's jurisprudence from the Supreme Court, a 2002 decision called Shepard, which requires judges to provide reasons for their decisions more generally. And thirdly, Madam Speaker, Sections 278.8 sub 2 and 278.94 sub 5 of the Code require judges to provide reasons when determining whether certain types of evidence should be admitted in sexual assault cases. Selon le projet de loi, l'obligation d'énoncer les motifs.
According to the bill, there will be a requirement to provide written reasons for decisions added to other provisions of the Criminal Code when it comes to sexual assault cases. We will therefore contribute to ensuring that all of the provisions relative to sexual offenses are clear and accessible to those who enforce them. This will reduce the risk of misapplication of law in this respect and counter the influence that myths and stereotypes could have about victims of sexual assault and their behavior. This approach is in line with the conclusion of the Supreme Court of Canada. It ruled that these myths and stereotypes undermine the truth-seeking function of our courts.
It's also important to note for the purposes of today's debate, Madam Speaker, that the government has already committed significant resources to support the availability of enhanced judicial training in this very area. In the 2017 budget, we provided the Canadian Judicial Council with $2.7 million over 5 years and $500,000 per year thereafter to ensure that more judges have access to professional development, with a greater focus in particular on gender and culturally sensitive training. Our government is also actively at work with stakeholders to ensure that the appropriate training is available to all of Canada's judiciary, that is, to judges that are not federally appointed. Again, I want to acknowledge in this chamber the leadership and determination of the Honourable Rona Ambrose in making this happen as well. Next, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the important principle of judicial independence. This bill, Madam Speaker, is designed to support that constitutionally entrenched principle. And I will, as a parenthetically note that in my previous life as a constitutional litigator, Madam Speaker, I spent considerable time working on this very principle and in dealing with this very issue. I'm very proud to say today, in this bill that we are debating in this chamber, this bill clearly supports the principle of judicial independence. Importantly, the principle that the education of judges should be the responsibility of the judiciary. That is an important feature of this bill, which is entrenched herein. Quelles que soient les mesures prévues pour que les juges aient accès.
Regardless of which measures are taken to ensure that judges have access to training on the legislation and social context of sexual assault, these measures would be ill-conceived if they undermine the independence of our judicial system. Public trust requires that judges not only have the skills required to make the decisions that they have to make, public trust also requires that judges remain independent of Parliament, the executive, and any other group that could attempt to exert undue influence. In Canada, we can count on a solid and independent legal system. We cannot take this independence for granted. As parliamentarians, we must ensure that we preserve and encourage it.
The report to this chamber, Madam Speaker, is that Canada's judiciary is strongly committed to ensuring that the best possible education is available to judges. In fact, Canada, thankfully, is an internationally respected leader in judicial education and is a trailblazer in social context education in particular. Let me briefly highlight the important roles of two organizations that oversee the work of judges. The first being the Canadian Judicial Council, which I mentioned briefly earlier, and secondly, the National Judicial Institute. The Canadian Judicial Council, Madam Speaker, is responsible for setting professional development requirements for Superior Court judges. In its professional development policy, the Council requires judges newly appointed to a Superior Court to complete an education program for new judges, as well as a more general program to be completed within 5 years of appointment. These programs include sexual assault law and social context education. What we are doing by this bill is making this a formal requirement. The National Judicial Institute is responsible for the overall coordination of judicial education in Canada. In addition to being a primary education provider, the National Judicial Institute is an internationally recognized leader in judicial education. The Institute seeks to integrate substantive law, skills development, and awareness of social context in all of its programs. I want to acknowledge the significant commitment of the Canadian Judicial Council and the National Judicial Institute to ensuring judges have access to the training they need. We thank them for their full commitment to a justice system that all Canadians can trust, especially those who are most vulnerable. I also think it's important to acknowledge in this chamber the important and respectful dialogue between the judicial and legislative branches that the previous Bill 337 triggered in the last Parliament, and which I'm confident will continue as the current bill, Bill C5, is debated and studied. All partners in this dialogue share a strong commitment to a justice system that survivors of sexual assault can trust and that all vulnerable persons can trust. A justice system that treats them with the dignity and respect they so dearly deserve. I think it's also important to outline how this bill works within the context of other government commitments and government actions. Supporting victims and survivors of crime is a priority for our government. This includes working with provinces and territories to provide free legal advice and support survivors of sexual assault and intimate partner violence. It includes the government's commitment, announced in the speech from the throne, to build on the gender-based violence strategy and work with partners to develop a national action plan. Le projet de loi à l'étude représente.
The bill before us represents an important step forward.
Il donne l'occasion aux parlementaires d'envoyer un message.
It provides parliamentarians the opportunity to send a clear message to all Canadian victims of sexual assault, to say that we are not indifferent to their experience, that their courage is a source of inspiration, and that they deserve a justice system that treats them with the greatest of dignity and respect.
All share the same convictions in this regard, Madam Speaker, which is why I urge all members on both sides of this House to agree to support these very important measures contained in Bill C5. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable, the honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, and I too would like to acknowledge the work that was done by the Honourable Rona Ambrose in the previous Parliament and the work that this House did together, particularly at the Status of Women Committee, to get that previous bill C377 to the Senate. I have a number of questions. I mean, I'm proud to indicate that the NDP will be supporting this bill to go forward to committee, but I had a number of questions for the Parliamentary Secretary because we know often that complainants in sexual assault cases are provided inadequate social supports, inadequate information about the court process, and they are often confronted with a system that completely ignores their wishes. These are not problems that a bill can solve. While C5 is important, I would like to know how the federal government, acting in a leadership role with all of the provinces, is going to move to address these issues. And my second question, Madam Speaker, is with regards to the TRC's call to action number 27, which recommends that lawyers receive extensive training on First Nations Indigenous issues, particularly with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, systemic racism, which we are now seeing evidenced all across Canada, and what, in fact, the government may do to require training for judges to bring their competency up in those particular areas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Federal Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the member from Cowichan, and I always forget the latter part of his riding's name, but he's been a significant contributor to many parliaments, including the past study of this bill and his past work on the Justice Committee. I also want to thank him and his party for their important support of this bill. It is quite critical. Addressing the first part of the member opposite's question, he asked about some of the social supports, and I will readily confess that this obviously cannot be done in a vacuum. We need to be doing what we can to address the very difficult circumstances that face a number of victims, in particular sexual assault victims, when they interact with the justice system. I think what this does is it addresses the piece on the adjudication side with respect to what the judges are doing and their sensitization and their understanding of the issues, but there are many complementary pieces. He raised the issue of the lawyers and potential legal support. One could also raise the issue about the police and the police interactions with sexual assault victims and survivors. I think it all needs to be done in a complementary piece, and I look forward to what aspects of the gender violence strategy look to those different dimensions. What I can say to him in direct response is that part of the Minister of Justice's mandate letter, he's been given the mandate to ensure that legal aid supports are there, in particular for survivors of sexual violence. So I think that's a good step in terms of addressing the access to justice piece that the honourable member mentioned. And with respect to the TRC calls to action, there are many that still need to be addressed. We know this, and there are many that also relate to the MMIW calls to justice. With respect to the lawyers' training, what I will indicate to him in all candor is that a previous incarnation of this bill looked at potentially having the training apply to all applicants, regardless of whether they were appointed. The current iteration of the bill looks at applicants who are appointed undertaking to have this training because they've been appointed. But it is an open question, I say this as a member of the bar, that I think all members of my profession need to have better understanding and sensitivity training with respect to how to handle these issues and the issues that face all vulnerable people.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, I welcome seeing Bill C5 back in this place, renamed. As we all recall, the bill was proposed initially as a private member's bill by the former interim leader of the Conservative Party, Rona Ambrose. I'm sure I'm not alone in a nonpartisan sense in saying we miss her in this place. But I wonder if, in openness to amendments, one came to mind recently. I had constituents ask me about it in town hall meetings. The decision of an Immigration and Refugee Board adjudicator, Ms. Radhawa. Her decision was appalling, and it was overturned in the Federal Court of Appeal. It just occurs to me perhaps we need to expand the range of training. In this particular case, the IRB adjudicator refused a request for a refugee status because the adjudicator found it not credible that the woman who feared returning to her home country for fear of violent attack by an intimate partner had kept a child of rape, and therefore the adjudicator said it couldn't have really been rape. It's very upsetting to imagine that we have adjudicators with life and death control over people seeking protection in Canada. I wonder if the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can indicate whether we might be able to expand the scope of training to people who deal with refugee claimants.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the honourable member for, again, her contributions in this chamber and for this very important question that she's raised today. What I can say to her is that with respect to this bill, the bill is focused on the Judges Act and criminal code amendments that relate thereto. it has been carefully calibrated to deal with the constitutional principle of judicial independence. And without going too much into the weeds, what I would say to the honourable member is that, in fact, when you're dealing with adjudicators that are outside the scope of what is called a federally appointed judge or a Superior Court judge, there's actually the ability to be more prescriptive. So people that adjudicate in quasi-judicial tribunals, administrative adjudicators or decision makers, there is the possibility to be even more prescriptive and more directive with respect to the training that needs to take place. I know about the case she's mentioned that's been raised on the floor of this House, quite appropriately so, because the fact that those types of myths and stereotypes are being perpetuated by various levels of adjudicators around this country, and by various government appointees in this country, is deeply problematic and needs to be addressed. With respect to this bill has been calibrated for judges, but exploring doing something more direct and even more stronger with respect to additional adjudicators is something I think that all members of this House would welcome.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kiwana, Churchill, Kiwana, Nuke Aski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to echo some sentiments from NDP colleagues here in the House, stating, of course, our support for this important piece of legislation, but also insisting that we do need to build on this, specifically with a lens with respect to the experience of Indigenous women, recognizing that the violence experienced by Indigenous women is far greater than other women in our country, and also recognizing that overall sexual violence against women in this country remains stagnant, while overall violence has gone down over the last few years. There's no question that this legislation is key, but let's make sure we get it right. Let's make sure that in this opportunity that we have as a parliament to make a difference for women for survivors as they face the justice system, let's make sure that that we get it right by making sure that that the experiences of Indigenous women and the experience of Indigenous survivors are part of the work we do going forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Observation in that comment, and I think it dovetails with the previous comment mentioned by her colleague with respect to the TRC. We know that women face significant hurdles when they are raising sexual assault concerns in formal processes such as the criminal justice system. We know that that is not a hospitable environment by any means, and there are significant challenges. Those challenges are exponentially multiplied when individuals also have other intersecting components to who they are or their lived experience. Racialized women, Indigenous women in particular. We heard about that a great deal in the MMIW calls to justice. That is something that we are very committed to. I'm very pleased that at the Status of Women study in the previous Parliament, social context was inserted into the bill to make sure that the judges' lens of analysis and their formation and training accommodates for all of that lived experience that the litigants present when they appear in court, but that needs to be fleshed out even further, and the experience of Indigenous women in particular needs to be a focus of this bill.
Brief question. Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader, a brief question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question is more so on the amount of consensus that we actually see in the advancement of this piece of legislation, because there seems to be support from all sides of this House. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide his thoughts on how encouraging it is when we see such an important issue and all parties coming together.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think that's an excellent question, and I'll confess that it's unfortunately all too rare, but it's very encouraging that when it happens. And sometimes we can all stand united, all 338 of us, and recognize an important bill that's trying to address a pressing social concern. That's what this bill represents. There needed to be some tweaks to the legislation to ensure that it was compliant with judicial independence. We've made those tweaks with the help of committees, both in this chamber and in the Senate. But I think what we have before us is a very strong bill that hopefully all parties can get behind, and we can ensure that it comes into force as expeditiously as possible.
Thank you very much. And I do want to remind members to, at the beginning there, the questions and answers were a little bit longer than normal, so we can allow for other people. I also want to remind members they have to be in their seats if they want to be recognized. And I do owe an apology to the member for Trois-Rivières. I didn't see her get up at the end, and so I will certainly keep that in mind as the questions continue. À l'ordre.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For North Island Powell River, Veterans Affairs, the Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford Health, and the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona International Trade. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Northumberland Peterborough South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start, I would like to inform the House that I'll take the unusual step of sharing my time in this early round. I believe that all the parties have been surveyed and that all are on board. So I wish to seek the unanimous consent to split my time with the member from Calgary Skyview.
Have unanimous consent to share his time? Yes? Agreed. The Honourable Member.
And I'm sure it's a House that will be thankful for that. Thank you very much. So I am a proud member of the Law Society and a member because of that part of the justice system. The justice system is supposed to be a safe place for victims of sexual assault. However, our justice system has had a checkered history, a checkered past, if you will, in fairly weighing the rights of the victims versus the accused when it comes to sexual assault cases. Incredibly, up until 1983, a woman's claim of sexual assault could be undermined by evidence submitted with respect to her sexual history. A woman's claim of sexual assault could be undermined or even dismissed because of such trivial, terrible considerations as the length of her skirt, her recent dating history. I'm glad to see that as a country, we've grown to understand that we need to stop blaming the victims when it comes to cases of sexual assault and put the blame where it should be, and that's directly at the foot of the perpetrator. However, Canada still faces a sexual assault crisis or epidemic, and a justice system that appears only really marginally capable of dealing with the torrent of these sexual assault cases. There are over 400,000 sexual assaults in Canada every year. By some measures, for every 1,000 sexual assaults or sexual violence that occurs in Canada, only 33 are reported to police. That is unacceptable in a country as good and as great as Canada. And of those 33, believe it or not, only in 12 are charges actually brought, and 6 are prosecuted, and only 3 cases lead to a conviction. That was, to me, an extremely disturbing statistic. Of course, having a sister, having a mother, and having the most precious thing in my life, other than my son of equal amounts, my daughter, knowing that if in fact she were to come across that sexual violence, that there is less than 0.1% chance that her perpetrator will ever be brought to justice in Canada. That's a truly disturbing and an atrocious number. There are a number of reasons why victims don't report sexual assault, including shame, self-blame, feeling that there is a lack of evidence, embarrassment, fear of retaliation. And another overlying reason is a lack of faith in the criminal justice system. As a member of the bar, as a member of this system, that deeply hurts me. And so that anything we can do to improve this system for victims of sexual assault should be something we should do. And that's why, as I'll carry on, I will definitely be supporting this bill. And in fact, I salute the government for bringing this important piece of legislation forward. Indeed, the lack of respect for women seems not just limited, though, to the justice system. It seems like it's spread, unfortunately, across the government. So, as we've seen recently, when a parole board member in Quebec advised a violent criminal, one who had killed his own wife, to seek the services of a sex worker, resulting in her own violent death. A beautiful, wonderful woman who only God only knows what impact she could have had on society, what good she could have done for our world, is unfortunately her life is snuffed out all too early when merely merely a young woman. And of course, we've also heard the stories in this House of what happened with the refugee board. When a refugee adjudicator was saying that rape could not be rape if a woman decided to keep the child. Of offensive things, I could not imagine more than those comments. And so I would call upon the government to look upon this as an opportunity to spread the type of sensitivity training they're talking about for judges, and is honorable, and I will support. But beyond our judges, perhaps to our adjudicators and to other individuals within the government that do appear to desperately need this training. The victims of sexual assault, of sexual violence, are throughout our community. Indeed, some statistics put it as high as 1 in 3 women will experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetime. Once again, as a father of a 4-year-old daughter, to me that is absolutely disturbing, and something that as a community, not just as legislators, we need to spend every resource in stopping. While the number of men who experience sexual violence is much, much smaller, this is a pressing issue for everyone. Victims of sexual assault are, after all, our daughters, our sisters, our mothers. They are our friends, they are co-workers, and quite frankly, they deserve better from us and more protection. We must, as a society, attempt to drive this out of our community, our country, and indeed our world. Part of ending sexual violence is not just punishing the perpetrators of these heinous acts, but helping the victims to feel more comfortable in sharing their stories. And that's why this legislation is part of the reason why it is so important. We need to make sure that judges deal appropriately and make it as palatable as possible for the victims of sexual violence to tell their stories. Many victims, they do not feel comfortable coming forward because of their lack of faith in the criminal justice systems. Though they do this incredible, difficult feat of coming forward and meeting these new challenges facing our justice system. Many judges, sadly, don't understand, or at least some have indicated they don't understand what sexual consent means, even though it is clear in law and clear in the criminal code. Some judges have gone so far as to ask victims in court, and these are actual comments or paraphrased comments from judges, as to, and I quote, why she couldn't just keep her knees together. Those comments need to never, ever be said in a courtroom or really anywhere in Canada. Why did the victim not scream while the alleged assault took place? Why didn't, these are actual statements said in a court of law. Why did the victim not skew her pelvis to avoid penetration? Disgusting words that should never be spoken anywhere in our country, much less in a courtroom. Perhaps by giving the judges the necessary training, we can avoid these outlandish comments and give victims more confidence in our justice system and know that they will be treated with respect when they have the ultimate act of bravery in confronting their perpetrators. It's hard, I'll be honest, it's hard as a man to speak about these cases because I can't possibly, as a man, really understand what these women were going through. I honestly cannot imagine the horror of living through sexual violence and being forced to retell that story over and over again. To come forward to protect other women, these women coming forward to protect other women, only to have their credibility questioned, to have to face their tormentor over and over again. Yet this is what, for justice, the criminal justice system demands. Fixing our criminal justice system is about helping our federal judges to begin to understand the quiet suffering of victims of sexual violence, of teaching our judges to be more compassionate towards their victims. This bill is not about fixing our justice system as much as it is about making Canada a safer, more friendly place for all women and for our children. This bill not only makes sense, but is a step in the right direction for all victims of sexual assault across Canada. I will wholeheartedly support this bill, and I salute the government for bringing it forward.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Cowichan-Ballahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciated my Conservative colleague's speech, and I could tell it came very much from the heart. I remember in this chamber on February 4th, a few weeks ago, the Leader of the Opposition was raising concern regarding the Parole Board of Canada and the murder of Miss Levesque. And I think there was some discussion, or it was inferred during that question, that the Conservatives might like to see some of this training extended to other members under federal jurisdiction, such as the Parole Board of Canada. Possibly, we could even go further to members of the Immigration and Refugee Board. I know C5 is quite limited in its scope and is looking just at the Judges Act, but I'd be curious to hear the members' opinions and thoughts on whether other branches that make important decisions in our society should have this kind of training mandated as well.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the member, I would agree that this type of training, specifically with respect to the parole board, but more generally as well, is needed throughout the government. As we have continuing instances, it appears, I dare say, a pattern of insensitivity towards the victims of sexual violence, and I think that there can be no bad education or knowledge about this, and so as we continue to make sure that women, and particularly those victims of sexual violence, are dealt with fairly, I would be in favor of that, yes.
Jose Camata, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So I thank the member for his contribution to today's debate. I welcome him to the House and also to the Justice Committee, and thank him for his support of this important bill. The question I want to raise to him is something that was touched upon in my opening remarks, but I think it's important for the context of the debate here. We are dealing with federally appointed Superior Court judges. Obviously, the front lines of most of the criminal law work in Canada is actually in what we call the provincial court. So in the province that he and I share, the Ontario court, and you pick your province around the country, that is where most of sexual assault complainants and survivors will actually face their interaction with the justice system. And what I put to him is just a general point, which is that we are trying to lead by example at the federal level, but we can't impose the same sort of mandatory training requirements on the provincial sphere at the provincial levels of government with provincial court judges. But would the member, given his strong commitment and conviction with respect to the importance of this bill, would the member join with us in an overall work with different provincial levels of government to encourage them to follow suit? Thus far, the only province that has followed suit is PEI, but they stand alone amongst all of the territories and provinces in terms of requiring this type of training.
Peterborough South.
I thank the honourable member for his excellent question, and I look forward to working with him on the Justice Committee. And I would wholeheartedly and would join his any type of activities that he suggested, that we sit down with our provincial counterparts and have this type of legislation enacted specifically in our home province of Ontario, and would go so far as I would personally contact the Minister of the Justice or Attorney General from the provincial government and would schedule the meeting.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know from my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, what form, in concrete terms, this training, this ongoing training would take, the training for judges in this instance. Thank you. The answer will be coming from the member from Northumberland, Peterborough. He's the one who made the speech.
Thank you very much. This puts me in a bit of an awkward position of speaking for the government, and I'm not sure how comfortable the government feels about that. I certainly feel a little bit of discomfort here, but I understand that there is already set in, and there is much education that's already, if you will, available and resources, and I look forward to hopefully in the Justice Committee working with the honourable member to set out exactly what this looks like going forward. But I'm confident the government will work to deliver some exceptional training in this area.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to stand in this place to deliver my maiden speech on behalf of my constituents in Calgary Skyview. Being elected as their representative is a very humbling experience, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I've lived most of my life in Calgary, and I cannot think of a better place to grow up. We're so fortunate for our rich, diverse community that thrives on hard work and a true sense of belonging to Canada. Throughout my campaign, I met many of my constituents to learn from them how best I could help make their life easier as their Member of Parliament. Most notably, I met a young woman in my riding who said, "I've never seen anyone who looks like me do what you're doing. I want to go to school and do what you do." This sentiment meant a lot to me. What she saw was the first Sikh female to be elected in the House of Commons from Alberta. Other constituents would say, "Our daughters are looking up to you." I'm proud to stand here today to represent not just those young women in my riding, but anyone who has dreamed of a life in service and of being here. I began imagining my journey to this place when I was very young. I would watch Amnesty International, and my heart went out to those people. I would sit there and cry. Their stories moved me. I decided then I would practice law. Being a lawyer has been a tremendous honor for me. It is something I'm very passionate about. This is why this legislation that we're debating today is very important to me. As a lawyer, as a woman, and now as the Deputy Shadow Cabinet Minister for Women and Gender Equality, I want to thank Ms. Ambrose for her tabling of this important legislation in the previous Parliament and her dedication to this crucial issue. Her Bill 337 received widespread support from parliamentarians and stakeholders, and I'm encouraged to see it moving forward. I'm also pleased to see it as one of our commitments and our platform during the campaign. Madam Speaker, similar to Bill 337, the bill we're debating today, Bill C5, adds new eligibility for lawyers seeking the appointment to the judiciary to require the completion of a recent and comprehensive education in sexual assault law as well as social context education. It requires the Canadian Judicial Council to submit an annual report to Parliament regarding the details on seminars offered on matters relating to sexual assault law and the number of judges attending. It does this while still maintaining the balance between judiciary independence and a fair criminal justice system, which is something very important to me and to all Canadians. The rationale for the need for this bill is too familiar given the recent spotlight on the treatment of sexual assault victims during trial. Sadly, this is certainly not something that is new. So let's explore the current state as it stands now. There is piecemeal training and education available in certain jurisdictions, but it is not mandatory. We saw in 2016 a judge was found to have relied on myths about the expected behavior of a victim of sexual abuse. That case was overturned on appeal for obvious reasons. We've seen instances of judges and the use of insensitive language when referring to victims, which can further lead to stigma. In 2019, there were nearly a dozen cases going through Canada's court system that shed light on how judges continue to rely on myths and stereotypes when informing their decision on sexual assault cases. Here we are, still similar misinformation about the experience of sexual assault victims or victims of abuse, which can lead to poor decisions, and we've seen possible miscarriages of justice, sometimes resulting in new trials. Retrials can be incredibly painful for the complainants, potentially further re-victimizing them. The way victims are treated today, are treated during their court proceedings, as well as in the public eye, we know is a major hindrance to reporting the crime in the first place. Victims witness how other sexual assault victims are treated in the justice system and are concerned that if they come forward, they would be treated in the same way. We know that sexual assault is one of the most underreported crimes in Canada. Of reported cases, only 12% result in a criminal conviction within 6 years, compared to 23% of physical assaults as reported by Statistics Canada. We know the reasons for underreporting include shame, guilt, and stigma of sexual victimization. Victims also report the belief that there would not be a positive outcome in the justice system. This simply cannot stand. So what can we do? The best way to prevent this kind of sentiment is through education and training. The path forward that this legislation sets, similar to Bill 337, allows for more confidence in the criminal justice system by ensuring lawyers who are appointed to the bench are trained and educated in the very specific type of case. The future state, with this bill passed, is the hope that with education and training, the stories we have once heard of victims being made to feel less than will not be repeated. This legislation is intended to help reduce the stigma of coming forward, of reporting the crimes, and seeing justice prevail for the victims. The hope is that with education and training, the victims of sexual assault are treated with respect and avoid at all costs being re-victimized, which can be incredibly traumatizing for the individual. As Ms. Ambrose said during her testimony before the Status of Women Committee, really, for me, it's about building confidence. Women do not have confidence in our justice system when it comes to sexual assault law. This has to change, and if we were going to see an increase in sexual assault being reported and convicted. And this piece of legislation will bring us one step closer to eliminating barriers and giving victims of sexual assault more confidence to come forward. Unfortunately, as we know, it is not just with the justice system which we see this type of myths and misunderstanding. The recent tragic death of a young woman in Quebec sheds a light on the broad scope of this issue. Marilyn Levick was killed at the hands of a convicted murderer who had a history of domestic violence and was granted day parole. At a hearing into the offender's previous request for full parole, the board heard from his parole officer that while living in a halfway house, he had been allowed to have his sexual needs met. How was a man with a history of violence against women granted permission to have his sexual needs met? This is why, in light of this horrific crime, we would like to explore studying an amendment to this bill to capture parole officers and the parole board members in this legislation, in the hopes that something like this does not happen again. I look forward to further study on this potential amendment and debate on this piece of legislation, and I do hope it garners the support in the House as Bill 337 did. I hope this bill passes quickly, as this will move us forward as a society and help grow confidence in our justice system. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the member from Calgary Skyview for her contribution to today's debate. I welcome her to the chamber and also congratulate her on her first maiden speech in the chamber. It's an auspicious occasion, but it's also important to be giving a speech on such an important topic that affects literally all of us in this chamber, but all of us around the country. I would actually put to her a similar type of question that I put to her colleague, insofar as that when we look at judicial training, we see what we are trying to do at the federal level, but we see a bit of a checkerboard at the provincial level. She's a member of the bar, as am I. She practices in a different province, the province of Alberta. The province of Alberta, among 9 other provinces, does not have any form of mandatory training with respect to sexual assault awareness or social context education for their judges. If she's convicted about the importance of this kind of bill at the federal level, would she share that conviction at the provincial level and encourage provincial counterparts to get on board this important issue which addresses the concerns of women in the justice system?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
I echo my colleagues' comments that any education and any training is a good thing, so I'm all for that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The
questions and comments?
Spanish Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the honourable colleague for Calgary Skyview. Again, congratulations on her first speech. I'd put a similar suggestion forward in my question to the Parliamentary Secretary about people within the Immigration Review Board. The honourable members raised an excellent point about people on parole boards, but the government has structured the bill around judicial discretion and the Judges Act. I think we really have to ask the government to consider, because at the amendment stage before committee, we won't have the scope to bring in other legislation and other bills, and perhaps we can at this early stage, with so much support for the bill as written and concern that it should extend beyond judges to others who make basically life and death decisions, as the honourable member's question so rightly points out, without adequate understanding of the context, the risks, and so on. So I'm hoping that we might find a way through this at this early stage of looking at C5 to broaden it beyond the Federal Judges Act to include other categories of adjudicators, such as parole boards and immigration review boards. And my sense is that when we come to committee, clause by clause, amendments such as the ones we're discussing here will be ruled out of orders beyond the scope of the bill, but the government could still change it.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
I guess that's a better question put to the government, whether they're willing to make the amendment at this point or not. But I'm in favor of involving education and training for parole officers and board members.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the other day, I believe it was the leader of the Democratic Party had stood up and made the suggestion through unanimous consent that we would try to pass this legislation all the way through, I believe it was. And I thought it was quite encouraging to hear the leader of the New Democratic Party, because we're all familiar with Rona and the fine work that she did. It was initially a Conservative private member's bill. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide her thoughts in regards to that sense of cooperation that I made reference to when I questioned the Parliamentary Secretary responsible for the legislation, as to the overwhelming consensus to see this legislation pass through.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
The training and education to help make this or bring a change in the society is important, and I think the whole House was in favor of that. So is our party. So that's where we stand on that.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Loup. Rivière-du-Nord, rather, Madam Speaker. Sorry. It's further north and further west than Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. To no great surprise, the Bloc Québécois will support B5. We also supported the bill put forth by the former interim leader of the Conservative Party, Ms. Ambrose. And I would like to ask the entire House to vote in favor of a motion to accelerate the process to adopt this bill, because, well, what we feared back then had happened. The previous bill died on the order paper. It died on the order paper. Thank you, friends. So we hope that C5 will not experience the same thing. We will, of course, support it. Madam Speaker, this is an important bill. It's a major bill, a large one of several pages. And if I understood correctly, we all agree on this. And even though it's apparently simple, this bill is of capital importance. We're talking about the trust of the entire population in our judiciary. The legal system in a society is our very pillar. If people have no trust in their legal system, what will we do? People will try to take justice into their own hands with excessive actions. They will rise up, and there'll be several such incidents. So as legislators, our work is to ensure that the judiciary is credible and receives support of the large majority of Canadians. So in the interest of justice and in the rule of law, I think that we must adopt this bill as quickly as possible. What effect will it have? We're talking about training for judges, and my colleague from the Conservative Party talked about recent issues with the person who was given parole even though they shouldn't have been. That is a good example of the problem we're facing in our society. People are poorly informed. People often make decisions based on stereotypes or on myths that exist about certain situations. And the problem that C5 addresses, sexual assault, is one that we're particularly ill-informed on and often involves bias in our society. Most judges that I know are people who are highly respectable. They act in goodwill. They're intelligent. They make courageous rulings, and 99.9% of the time, their decisions make sense, and they serve the interests of justice. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, there are a few poor examples, and they hamper the image of our justice system, and this means that Canadians lose confidence in their legal system. And it's our work as legislators to restore this justice and to ensure that we give our judges the maximum amount of tools so that they can do their work with the utmost professionalism. We've seen rulings and decisions, well, in almost all of them, the judges have to look at the credibility of the witnesses, of the accused, of all witnesses. And often, that is when the judge could be biased, not out of because they're mean-spirited, but because of what they've lived and what their personal prejudices are. And that is where C5 will address these issues. We want to train judges and make them aware. Even as legislators, it would be all of our interest to be more aware of the reality of our society, what victims do in certain situations, or perhaps they don't remember events or interpret them poorly. So there's all sorts of factors at play here. And if we want to have a properly functioning legal system, we have to look at these issues. And when a judge has to evaluate the credibility of a witness, they should be able to do so with academic and practical knowledge that is sufficient to render judgment that is both efficient and that ensures the trust of our entire population. Everyday courts render decisions, and sometimes Court of Appeals overturn them. And then it goes to the Supreme Court, and they often have to make decisions as well. They're not always unanimous. So there can be judges, there can't be judges who make decisions that can't be overturned. But we can't expect them to provide decisions for their rulings. They have to be credible so that people can say, maybe he's right or wrong, but I trust them. So that's what we want here. That's what C5 intends to do, and that's what we're comfortable with. This seems to be essential to our legal system right now. So for these reasons and all those mentioned by my colleagues, for several years, we're going to vote in favor of C5, and we hope it will be adopted as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I appreciate the comments from the Honourable Member, and I also congratulate him for his election as Vice Chair of the Justice Committee a few days ago. So, since I understand he is a member of Quebec Bar, they've changed the name of the bar there, but I'd like to say something I said with other interventions I heard. We have a training system for judges, but for the criminal system, we have provincial training. We don't have the same training system, education system that is required in Ontario or Quebec. So I'd like to know if the Honourable Member agrees with us with this large challenge of promoting and making judges aware of these issues in Quebec as well. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. I've just said how we are aware of this issue and we want to have credible rulings. But, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to also congratulate my colleague, and I'm happy to be sitting with him on the Justice Committee, but I would like to specify what is provincial jurisdiction remains so. So I will refrain from suggesting or trying to influence provincial legislation, notably in Quebec, because they're jealous of our jurisdiction. And this is also essential for credibility here in the Parliament as well. We have to respect provincial jurisdiction, and I think that if the National Assembly of Quebec believes that they need to amend legislation for appointing judges or anything else in the judicial process, that would happen in Quebec, and I would refrain from making any comments or any directives to the National Assembly. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord for his speech. Obviously, the NDP is happy to see C5 and to move forward with this. There are many interesting components, training for judges, and greater awareness of the complexities of these issues regarding sexual assault. But I'm somewhat concerned. It shouldn't be limited to this. We need an entire social assistance system for victims of sexual assault. And in Quebec, people have been left aside. The government says there are roughly 20,000 requests for one-night beds for children to protect them. So 20,000 requests per year that are refused because there are not enough places in shelters. So yes, we want to better train judges, but if people need help and there are no beds, they either have to go back home to a precarious situation or they're in the street and they're homeless. So we're not any further ahead. So I'd like to hear what he thinks about this serious need in Quebec society. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. I'd like to thank my colleague. He's absolutely right. There is a major problem, and in my riding, there are many situations where there are victims of violence who are in the streets. There are a lack of soup kitchens and shelters. These places are underfinanced. They don't receive enough funding, and we have to address this issue. My colleagues from the Bloc and the NDP have made several requests during the last Parliament to further fund provinces in this respect, and I still would support that request. I think that's what we need to do. We need to transfer this funding. We have to stop hindering this because it affects infrastructure. We have to stop attaching strings to this funding. The federal government has to give the necessary money to the provinces, and Quebec needs this funding, and we know how to use it, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madame la Présidente, je veux...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my dear colleague. With the level of support and agreement for this bill, is there any way to take a faster approach to pass this bill in this place? During this debate, I have not heard a single word against the goal of this bill. Madam Speaker, I entirely agree with my colleague for Saanich Gulf Island. I said it right? Yes, thank you. And you will recall that recently, last week, I believe, the NDP moved a motion to have something passed very quickly, and we voted in favor. For a reason I didn't quite understand, our Conservative colleagues didn't support it. I think they wanted to make an amendment or something. I won't go into the details, but yes, indeed, we agree. C5 should not have the same fate as C300-something that dragged on in the Senate and that died on the order paper, as I said earlier. We want C5 to be passed quickly.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Saanich-Gulf-Islands.
The Honourable Member, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Capitulate the effort.
For question and comments. Oh, point of order, the Honourable Member for Saanich-Gulf Islands.
Yeah, I was wondering if perhaps the will of the House might be at this hour to say that we deem as the House that we have now achieved second reading, third reading, report stage, and send the bill to the Senate as currently drafted and move to a different bill to deal with the Immigration Review Board, the Parole Board, and the other issues that are probably outside the scope of this bill.
The Honourable Member have unanimous consent to propose such a motion? No? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the gesture that's been made by the leader, or the former leader of the Green Party. I think that she understands and appreciates the significance of the legislation that we're actually debating. And it's always encouraging when we get politicians of all political stripes recognizing the importance of gender training and education. And we will have a better system as a direct result of this piece of legislation. And my question to my colleague from the Bloc Party is a similar question that I've asked other members this afternoon. And, you know, it's not that often where we will get virtually unanimous consent for a piece of legislation. I suspect that this piece of legislation could receive the support of 337 members of Parliament, and possibly the chair, but I don't think it'll be a tie, so the Speaker will not have to vote. And I'm wondering if he might want to provide his thoughts on how it's encouraging when all parties, no matter what their political stripe is, gets behind legislation such as this.
The Député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Of course, I do agree. The unanimous approval of a bill has incredible reach. From the very beginning, I've been saying that our justice system is the spine of our society. If all MPs share that opinion, that C5 should be passed, well, that means we have a really freaking good spine. Or, I hope I didn't use any unparliamentary language there, but it means we have what we're looking for, consensus. And that's our judicial system. We need a system where the entire public can support it and trust it. All of us here, we were saying all together, we want C5 to be passed. I don't think we could do a better job than that.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I was wondering if I could seek unanimous consent of the House to split my time with the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Member have unanimous consent to split his time with the member for Victoria? Yes, and so be it. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the House granting me that privilege. I want to, first of all, start off my speech on C5 by acknowledging the incredibly important role that judges play in our justice system. These are men and women who are put in very difficult positions, who have to weigh incredible amounts of evidence before them, and they have to make a judgment as to whether, beyond a reasonable doubt, a person is guilty of the crime that the Crown is putting forward as an argument. And they know that their decision, one way or another, is going to have a life-altering impact, either on the accused or the person who brought the complaint before the justice system. And so it's an incredibly important role, and the debate today should not diminish that important role that they play in our society. I also want to take time, Madam Speaker, to acknowledge the previous work of the Honourable Rona Ambrose, the previous interim leader of the Conservative Party, for the work that she did in the previous Parliament, the 42nd Parliament, with her private member's bill, Bill C-377. And I am really happy to see that the government has brought the substance of that bill forward in this 43rd Parliament as Bill C-5, and that judging from the character of the speeches so far, there is some unanimous agreement that this bill does need to be passed. Perhaps not through all stages as quickly as we'd like, but I have a strong feeling that after today's debate, the Justice Committee will be getting to work on this bill in short order. Madam Speaker, we are supportive of the intent behind C5, particularly its intention of ensuring that victims of sexual assault and gender-based violence have confidence in the judicial system. And we know that complainants in sexual assault cases are often provided inadequate social supports, they receive inadequate information about the court process, and they are often confronted by a system that ignores their wishes. And we should acknowledge, Madam Speaker, that Bill C5 is not going to solve those problems. It's an important step, but there's an entire systemic approach that we need to take to ensure that complainants of sexual assault are coming to a system that they can have confidence in. And that confidence needs to be built. There is still much work to be done. We do need that systemic review of the judicial system when it comes to sexual assault to stop the survivors from being victimized, from being victim blamed, not informed, or very badly supported by our policing and justice systems. And Madam Speaker, the statistics underline this story. It's estimated that only 5% of sexual assaults are reported to the police, and this comes from Statistics Canada. We know that 1 in 3 women will experience sexual violence in their lifetime. And for me, that's a particularly personal statistic, given that I'm the father of 3 daughters. I don't want anyone to become one of those statistics, but that is a fact of life in our society. And it's not limited to just women. We know that 1 in 6 men will experience sexual violence in their lifetime as well. In 82% of these cases, the offender is known to the victim. And we know that 28% of Canadians have said that they have experienced workplace sexual assault or violence. And I got to know a transgender person very well in my riding over the previous campaign. And I know the courage it took for him to come forward and be a part of my campaign and to speak openly about the situation that transgendered Canadians face in our country. They face nearly twice as much intimate partner violence in their lifetimes as women do. And that is an area that we definitely need to pay attention to as a society. I also want to acknowledge that my conservative friends have raised some concerns as to whether the scope of this bill could be expanded to include other areas that fall under federal jurisdiction, most notably the Parole Board of Canada. But we've also seen that the actions of the Immigration and Refugee Board have deserved some scrutiny, and perhaps that's something that the Justice Committee in its wisdom can take note of and perhaps ask the appropriate questions to the witnesses who come forward to offer their expertise on this particular bill. Madam Speaker, I was a member of the 42nd Parliament, and I remember with great pride back in 2017 when we were doing our deliberations on C-377, and it was great to see the House move a unanimous consent motion in March of that year to get the bill referred to the Status of Women Committee. The Status of Women Committee did some good work on this bill. They had 5 meetings. They had 25 witnesses come forward, and they did report that bill back to the House with some slight amendments. But, you know, this is just to assure members of this House that the hard work on this bill has been done. We have a lot of witness testimony in the record. And I hope that that testimony that we received at Status of Women back in 2017 will inform the Justice Committee, and that we can take note of that important work when the Justice Committee is doing its work. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to correct the problems that I have noted through re-articulation to judicial candidates on the current standing of sexual assault laws, namely the principles of consent, conduct of sexual assault proceedings, and education regarding myths and stereotypes with sexual assault complaints through training seminars. And that's because we have seen a record through the actions of various judges that this training is sorely needed. We've seen it through their comments during the court proceedings. We have seen it through their referrals in their judgments. But we would be mistaken if we were to pinpoint this problem entirely on judges. We know that the police themselves have a lot of work to do, and I know they are trying their best to achieve this, but we know from the complaints of victims that this work is ongoing. The Senate, when it received Bill C-377 through its Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, did make some amendments. There was a lot of concern regarding the constitutionality of the bill, and I understand that the government's version is much closer or a wholesale adoption of what the Senate committee did to C-377. And I know that there is this ongoing battle between the legislature, the Parliament of Canada, and our judicial branch. And sometimes they can come into conflict. I know that Michael Spratt, a noted lawyer here in the Ottawa region, has written of his concerns of this current bill. But I also know that Professor Emmett McFarlane has said that Parliament is well within its rights to be legislating in areas such as the Judges Act, and that I think this bill does a careful job, as is noted in the Charter Statement, that we are doing our best to respect judicial independence. This is really about setting up the training that exists. It's going to be overseen independently of Parliament, and of course we are not going to have any influence whatsoever on what a judge does with this training, because they are still going to be impartial and independent of Parliament when they exercise their judgment and bring forward a ruling. So I think that this bill in particular does pass constitutional muster. I've read the wording of it quite carefully, and I do think Parliament has a role as sort of an expression of the people's wishes and the changing norms of society to express its will and to make sure that the federal statutes of Canada reflect the changing mood of our country. I think, Madam Speaker, in closing, I just would like to offer my congratulations to the government and to all members for the unanimity that we're showing in the proceedings today. I think, though, that when we're looking at other issues plaguing Canada, particularly with respect to Aboriginal rights, we still see a lot of systemic racism and very little understanding of what Aboriginal rights and title means. And sometimes this can be reflected in our federal court system. And perhaps my one offer, Madam Speaker, in closing to the government is that they do look at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to actions, particularly number 27, to see if this kind of training might be mandated also for judges, but also for other parts of the justice system that fall under federal jurisdiction. I see my time's up, Madam Speaker, so I will yield the floor, and I appreciate this time to offer my comments on Bill C-5. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the member opposite for his contribution to this discussion, and again for the expertise that he brings to bear on it, given his past involvement in the previous Parliament and the study of then Bill 337. And I want to raise sort of 2 points. One is that I concur with him wholeheartedly insofar as, to the extent constitutional infirmities were pointed out with the previous incarnation of this bill through the hard work of people in this chamber and also in the Senate, particularly Senator Dalphond, who worked very closely with the judiciary to work on the language that would be acceptable in terms of not encroaching upon that very sacrosanct principle of constitutional independence. I believe we have landed in the right place in terms of formalizing a requirement to be sensitized to these issues, but not traversing the line, which would be to actually influence the decision making that's being done by particular judges. But the point I want to make with him is one, I can also observe wholeheartedly the point he's made about Indigenous reconciliation and the TRC calls to action. But I want to ask him about the social context amendment that was made at the Status of Women Committee and how he feels that that plays into that sensitization of the judiciary that is so required in this context. If you could flesh that out, his opinions on that amendment. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I regret to inform the Parliamentary Secretary that my memory on that particular aspect of that is a little hazy, but I do know that my former colleague, Sheila Malcolmson, who used to be the Member of Parliament for Nanaimo Ladysmith, in the previous Parliament, she was our Status of Women critic. And I'd like to take this opportunity to salute the work, the very important work she did at that committee during that time, because this was originally a bill that had landed on my lap as the justice critic, and she took it as the main critic and ran with it. And I salute the work that she did, because I know that all members of the Status of Women Committee carefully listened to the 25 witnesses who came forward during those 5 meetings. And there was some pretty heavy testimony there. And I feel confident that the members of the Status of Women Committee listened and faithfully observed that evidence. And I think the bill that they returned to the House reflected that. And I look forward to seeing what the present Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights will do once this bill is sent to it, hopefully by next week. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend Cowichan Malahat Langford as well. I recently had an opportunity, it's related to this bill, so I wanted to speak to it. It's a Vancouver Island first and only that we have the Victoria Sexual Assault Centre and Victoria Sexual Assault Clinic, and I just wanted to take this opportunity with so many members in the House concerned with this issue to highlight for members that this facility is so significant and should be replicated in communities across Canada. It's the only facility where there is a rapid response team to sexual assault victims, whether women or trans people who are affected by sexual assault, and it has a clinic facility that saves our healthcare system. It reduces costs. It has a perfectly equipped and private room designed to allow police to do perfect recordings of interviews, proper camera work, proper recording devices, but in a comfortable setting that feels like home. The clinic feels like home. The forensic evidence can be collected. And I just can't say enough about how impressed I am by the work of the Victoria Sexual Assault Centre and Clinic. And I don't know if my honourable colleague has had a chance to tour it, I would recommend it.
The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, for her comments on that. I have not yet had the opportunity to tour that facility, but I will take this opportunity to give a shout out to an organization in my own riding, Cowichan Women Against Violence, and they operate Somenos House in my riding, which is a transition house for women. I've toured the place, and they are a very worthwhile organization. And I think that speaks to the part of my speech where, C5 is important, but it's only legislation. What we need is a systemic review of the entire system, how we can support complainants so that they actually develop that trust in our justice system. And I think organizations such as what the honourable member mentioned, but also Cowichan Women Against Violence in my own riding, I think the federal government would, serve us well by giving those organizations, those very worthwhile organizations, the resources they need to help some of the most disadvantaged members of our society. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, I want to say first thank you to everyone in the House. I am grateful to have the opportunity to rise and speak on this issue. For me, like many Canadians, this is a deeply personal issue. I am among the 1 in 3 women who have experienced sexualized violence, and I know firsthand how the shame, guilt, and stigma still persist in addressing sexual assault. I've also witnessed close friends and community members who go through the legal system and struggle dealing with the misconceptions and the prejudice from support workers, from police, from lawyers, and from judges. Having witnessed the challenges survivors face in our judicial system, many choose not to report. Only 1 out of 20 sexual assault victims report to the police. And a key factor is the lack of confidence that survivors have in the judicial system to treat them fairly and to achieve a positive outcome. Mm-hmm. For those who choose to report to the police or to pursue charges, the judicial system is rigged against them. The fear that many survivors have that they won't get a fair treatment, that they won't have fair treatment, is real, and it is supported by the evidence. There is a profound lack of trust in the legal system. And so, out of the estimated 460,000 sexual assaults each year in Canada, only 3 out of every 1,000 lead to a conviction. That is staggering. 3 out of 1,000. It's clear that we need a systematic review of the judicial system when it comes to sexual assault to stop survivors from being victimized, victim blamed, not informed, having their reports systematically brushed aside, and from being badly supported by our policing and justice systems. The Canadian justice system, in its current form, actually discourages sexual assault survivors or survivors of gender-based violence from coming forward. And this bill seeks to take a small but important step forward in correcting the problem through training and education of judicial candidates. These future judges would get training on the current standing of sexual assault laws, namely principles of consent, conduct of sexual assault proceedings, and education regarding myths and stereotypes of sexual assault complaints. This is so important. It is not a partisan issue, and the last iteration of this bill passed in the House unanimously in the last Parliament, but was shamefully blocked by the unelected Senate. So it is why the NDP agrees that legislation is needed requiring judges to receive training around sexual assault. And without taking away from the importance of this bill, which is desperately needed, we also have to acknowledge that it is just one of the needed steps. Treating sexual assault as only a criminal justice issue ignores the fact that just 1 in 20 report to the police. Sexual assault is also a public health issue, a personal health and wellness issue, a mental health issue, and we need to treat it as such by also turning our attention to medical services, support, and care. Trauma-informed approaches and increased understanding of sexual assault among key service providers and actors is critical. This includes judges, but also police, medical professionals, lawyers, and support workers. I'm also lucky to live in a riding where my constituents and I have the Victoria Sexual Assault Centre. And I was lucky enough to be able to access their services when I needed them. It serves people of all genders. We know 1 in 3 women experience sexualized violence, but also 1 in 6 men. And we know that non-binary and LGBTQII+ folks face disproportionate levels of sexualized violence. We are truly fortunate to have the Victoria Sexual Assault Centre, since it's home to Canada's only integrated sexual assault clinic. And the clinic provides survivors of all genders access to trauma-informed medical and forensic exams, police interviews, and crisis support, all in one safe, accessible, and culturally sensitive, confidential location. The availability of this survivor-centered care means the vast majority of survivors in my riding never need to go to a hospital or police station to get the care that they need. When the clinic opened, the number of emergency responses more than doubled, meaning twice as many survivors were able to access the emotional support, the preventative medication, and options for police reporting. The number of supported police interviews rose by 400%. All of this while diverting 280 people from the emergency room and reducing costs for other service providers. But they have no dedicated or secure sources of funding. They rely entirely on one-time grants, and the service is extremely vulnerable in the coming year and a half. This bill that we're talking about today is a step in the right direction, but we also need to ensure that comprehensive support services are available for all survivors. There's so much work to do, and I'm hopeful that we can take this important small step forward quickly. Judges need training to challenge the false stereotypes about sexual violence that permeate our society. We've seen too many appalling examples in recent years that some judges continue to hold false stereotypes about women and about sexualized violence. These biases discourage all survivors from coming forward in the first place and create barriers for survivors who do in seeking justice through the legal system. Trauma is complex, and judges need to understand survivors' perspectives and the impact of the criminal justice system on survivors of sexual assault. The training needs to be culturally informed and relevant to the unique needs of vulnerable and marginalized populations. Some groups face disproportionately higher rates of sexual violence, and many groups face very specific barriers in seeking help from law enforcement agencies and the justice system. For example, those from northern, rural, and remote communities, sex workers, also people who are trafficked, LGBTQ+ people, Indigenous women, immigrant and refugee women, and women with disabilities. This bill could be improved at the Justice Committee by making sure that seminars related to sexual assault are developed in collaboration with these groups, and specifically bringing this bill within the Truth and Reconciliation Call to Action number 27 and ensuring it is in line with the calls to action from the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls report. There's a clear benefit to ensuring that judges are well informed, not only about the law as it pertains to sexual assault, but also about the physical, mental, and emotional impacts of sexual violence on survivors, how those affect decision-making, behavior, ability to recall, and so much more. Building confidence in our courts will make more victims feel empowered to come forward. The message sent to survivors by the Senate when they refused to pass this bill in its former iteration in the last Parliament was dismissal. A dismissal that what happened to victims of sexual assault matters. A dismissal of survivor needs. And a dismissal of the real barriers they encounter. And this message is reinforced through our whole judicial system. Supporting this legislation sends a message to survivors that their elected members of Parliament are standing up for them, that they are committed to doing the work necessary to support them, that we recognize the stigma and barriers they face and are working hard to give them a reason to have more confidence in our system.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Saying thank you to the member for Victoria for her statements today. Thank you for her courage in being so candid in terms of her own lived experience. That is exactly what this chamber is meant to be all about, but I salute you for being so candid and honest with all of us. I guess this is now the second time in the last 25 minutes we've heard about this Victoria Sexual Assault Center. So I'll make a commitment right here on the floor of the chamber that the next time I'm on the island, I will go see that center, because it sounds like it's exactly the type of institution that we need in terms of the making things more welcoming and inviting and reducing some of the obstacles that are in place for women who've survived sexual assault. What I would ask the member is that if some of the suggestions you've made are very, very appropriate, but I'm also conscious of the fact, and I hate to be so legal about it, but where we have jurisdiction and where we don't. So with respect to medical professionals, there's obviously, we need provincial cooperation. With respect to frontline police officers in the City of Victoria, we would need local cooperation, for example. Are there instances where you feel that at the federal level we can show leadership in terms of expanding out the sensitization of federally appointed individuals, people that are under federal jurisdiction, to make the experience that is the experience of a survivor of sexual assault less difficult and more inviting insofar as boosting the number of complaints that are seen through to completion?
For Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his question and also for the commitment to visit the Victoria Sexual Assault Center. And I want to extend that invitation to all the members in the House. It is an incredible space and one that I hope is replicated in other communities. And to answer your question, I particularly appreciate that you talked about working across jurisdictions, because I think it is important that we work with our provincial partners, that we work with our municipal partners to ensure that we are reducing stigma, that we are supporting survivors in all cases. And this bill is an important step forward in terms of training for judicial candidates. I do think that, you know, the parole board officers also need that, and it was a stark, horrific reminder having a debate about the death of Marilyn Levesque. And I honestly think that all Canadians would benefit from training and education on these issues, and I would invite also the members of this House to do their own training. There's a lot of information out there, and we need to come together in our communities, in our organizations, in every aspect of our world to support survivors. The idea that 1 in 3 women, 1 in 6 men, that those numbers are even higher for non-binary trans individuals, that means in this House there are dozens of people who have experienced sexualized violence, and that our day-to-day interactions need to shift dramatically, but especially when survivors are reaching out for support, when they are accessing services, when we are delivering services, we need to make sure that they are done in trauma-informed and supportive ways. So thank you so much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her testimony, which was very moving. I understand that this is a very important bill, and we want it to be passed as quickly as possible, and that's important. But there may be groups that should be consulted. I think that might be a good idea. Does my colleague think this bill goes far enough in that regard, or does she have proposals to make? The Honourable Member for Victoria.
And I'm sorry that I can't respond in French. I promise I'm learning. So hopefully someday soon in the House I will be able to. And I want to thank the member for her question. I especially think when we're talking about groups who have been marginalized by our systems, and specifically groups who face higher instances of sexualized violence, that these people need to be consulted in the creation of any education program, that to develop training and seminars without their input means that we will have gaps. We will have glaring gaps in service. And so when you look at the higher rates of sexualized violence for Indigenous women, when you look at the higher rates of sexualized violence for women with disabilities, for immigrant and refugee women, when you look at the barriers that people face in actually coming forward to police, we need to make sure that our training is going to serve the people who most need it. So I do...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Before I begin, I'd like to advise you that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe. Madam Speaker, it's an honor for me to be able to speak today on Bill C-5. As you know, if passed, this proposed piece of legislation will amend the Judges Act and Criminal Code to require newly appointed Provincial Superior Court judges to participate in training on sexual assault and the social context in which it occurs. Judges are expected to apply the law in a manner that is respectful of the dignity of survivors. Training on sexual assault law and the social context in which the sexual assault occur will help to ensure that they have full understanding of the complex nature of sexual assault when presiding over such cases. This proposed legislation will also require judges to provide written reason for their final decisions in sexual assault matters. Doing so will improve the transparency of judges' decisions. Madam Speaker, it is noteworthy to know that only 5% of sexual assaults in this country get reported. Bill C-5 will give us an opportunity to strengthen our criminal justice system and give survivors of sexual assault and all Canadians more confidence in our system. Today, I will use my time to demonstrate how this legislation can build the confidence of survivors of sexual assault, as well as their families and loved ones, and in our criminal justice system, and to help survivors feel more comfortable reporting these crimes to the police. Madam Speaker, sexual violence is a widespread problem in Canada. It is one of the most underreported crimes. As I stated earlier, only 5% of sexual assaults in Canada are reported to the police. For example, Madam Speaker, I would like to reiterate and elaborate on the social context in Brampton, especially in my own riding of Brampton West, one of the fastest growing populations in Canada. More interestingly, majority of Brampton's residents are visible minorities. Violence, whether it is sexual assault or other forms of domestic violence, it is massively underreported. Due to the stigma of sexual violence, racialized women are even more reluctant to seek help. And this is even more true for Indigenous girls and women, for women with disabilities, as well as LGBTQ communities. Many factors can influence whether or not survivors will report that they have been sexually assaulted. The fear of being blamed or believed or not being believed, concerns over retaliation from their attacker, anxiety of having their personal lives publicly judged, and fear of judicial error are just some of these factors and truths of the society that we live in. Madam Speaker, these factors are exacerbated in marginalized communities. Such barriers transcend, but can also be compounded by intersectionalities of one's gender, age, class, disability, and ethnicity. And that's why this social context is so necessary. Myths and stereotypes about sexual assaults are also dangerous and can have substantial negative impacts on whether a survivor will report. They also negatively impact whether they can be a trial that is fair to the accused, the victim, and society at large. Undeniably, lack of confidence in the criminal justice system is one of these significant reasons why survivors do not come forward. For those who do report the crime, they often tell us that they are re-traumatized by the process. You see, Madam Speaker, as myths and stereotypes regarding sexual assault continue with the justice system, scrutiny about what the survivor did or did not do instead of the actions of the accused often determines the outcome of a case. This dehumanizing process, along with the lack of adequate supports and resources, can re-victimize and further traumatize those who have experienced sexual violence. In spite of the progress that we've made, the criminal justice system is still a source of further distress and humiliation for survivors in sexual assault. Madam Speaker, sexual violence is a crime that robs people of their choice, strips them of their bodily and sexual integrity, and undermines their dignity and psychological well-being. The impact of sexual assault is still not well understood in society, and these rape myths, I quote, are still common and persist throughout the justice system. For example, in today's society, there is a disturbing, misguided belief that survivors of sexual violence often falsify sexual assault reports. There is also mistaken belief that sexual assault is just consensual sexual activity that, and I quote, went too far or got out of hand. There's a persistent myth that if it were a real sexual assault, the survivor would have fought back or tried to get away. There's a misconception that a survivor should be able to recount every detail in a linear and organized sequence. But, Madam Speaker, the neuroscience research about trauma provides evidence that what might appear to be an inconsistency in a way a victim reacts or how they recount the incidents can actually be a typical, predictable, and a normal way of responding to and coping with a traumatic event. Understanding this can change the way we view the person's credibility and reliability. Thankfully, we are now starting to have better scientific and psychological understanding of the different reactions that survivors have to traumatic events like sexual assault, including the impact of trauma on behavior and memory. We also now understand the intergenerational trauma that is a very real consequence of violence, which not only hurts individuals and their families, but impacts communities as a whole. And that's why training and awareness can help us to be fairer and more consistent in understanding how survivors react in sexual assault cases. Madam Speaker, navigating the criminal justice system for survivors of sexual assault can be extremely difficult. They must feel confident that they will be treated fairly and with dignity. With education and training on sexual assault and social contexts in which it occurs, as well as its impact on survivors, we can help build a better criminal justice system in which people feel more confident in reporting sexual assaults and stay engaged throughout the criminal justice process. Madam Speaker, sexual assault is a form of gender-based violence and is one of the most underreported crimes in Canada. And with Bill C-5, we're building on our federal investments to prevent and address gender-based violence. In 2017, we launched It's Time, Canada's strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence, the first strategy of its kind. It invests over $200 million in federal initiatives to prevent gender-based violence, to support survivors and their families, and to promote responsive legal and justice systems. Today, Bill C-5 forms part of a larger response to the issue of gender-based violence. Madam Speaker, judges are trained to be impartial, unbiased, and have a thorough understanding of the law. Given that they are the individual responsible for delivering justice, it is in everyone's interest to fill any gaps in their training. Bill C-5 will make it mandatory for all newly appointed provincial Superior Court judges to participate in continue education in sexual assault law and social contacts. This will help ensure the Superior Court judges have a full understanding of the complex nature of the sexual assault when presiding over such cases. Canadians need to have confidence that the judge in front of them is not influenced by myths and stereotypes in their application of the law, and that they have the understanding of the impacts of the trauma. Survivors also need to have confidence that the decision rendered in their case will be well-reasoned and not influenced by biases and misconceptions. Madam Speaker, this bill can help us move forward towards a higher level of confidence that we must achieve. It would help empower women to work towards alleviating institutional oppression faced by women, including Indigenous women, racialized women, women with disabilities, as well as members of the LGBTQ community. So, Madam Speaker, I strongly encourage all members of this House to recognize the importance of Bill C-5 and to support it. Together, we can continue to strengthen Canada's criminal justice system and give survivors of sexual assault and all Canadians more confidence in our justice system. Let's seize the opportunity to create a safer and more responsive justice system for all those who have experienced sexual violence and provide a better future for families, communities, and for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To thank my colleague for her thoughtful remarks today. And during her statement that she made today, she made reference to the gender-based violence strategy. In 2017, our government launched our first ever gender-based violence strategy, and also we backed it up with over $100 million in funding over 5 years. And I'm wondering if my colleague would be able to elaborate on how Bill C-5 fits within that strategy.
Hear, hear.
Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think that's an excellent question because, as has been mentioned by my colleague, in 2017 our government launched the gender-based violence strategy that we made sure we actually invested money in it, close to $200 million we put forward, Madam Speaker, but ensuring that in federal initiatives to make sure that we're preventing gender-based violence, supporting survivors and their families, and to promote responsive legal and justice systems, Madam Speaker. So this Bill C-5 fits perfectly with many parts of the gender-based violence strategy that we have, and I truly look forward, and it's so nice to see, especially on issues like this, all members of this House come together and to support it. So I'm very optimistic and very thankful for each and every member that spoke on this very important issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I just want to tell her there's a step in the right direction to improve training and knowledge for judges, but I don't want us to be in a situation where we put women in danger for their physical security. In Quebec, unfortunately, at least 20,000 times a year, shelters have to turn women away who need help because they don't have any rooms or beds for them. They have to send them back home in dangerous situations, or they're sent to the street. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about underfunding of shelters for women who are victims of violence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And he raises an important question because I think part of the strategy, part of the gender-based violence strategy that our government put forward in 2017, it makes sure that we're listening, especially the frontline workers, especially the community organizations that are doing incredible work to support the survivors of gender-based violence. We continue to support those people, Madam Speaker. That's a very important aspect of our gender-based violence strategy, and I look forward with working with all members of this House to continue to support these organizations. But as I think it's important to recognize that the bill that we have before us today, Madam Speaker, it's a very important bill. It was introduced previously. It is supported by all members of this House, and I look forward to working with many members in this House to make sure that we work hard together to make sure we continue to support survivors of gender-based violence. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to the answer from my colleague across the way, but I don't think she answered the question that was asked by the member from the NDP, the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. He said that there were 20,000 women who need to be put in shelter and who are refused such shelter because there's a lack of beds. The solution? Well, of course, we say the government has good intentions, it's done this and that, but we need a specific budget so that we could grow such shelters or make others, so that no woman in a violent situation has nowhere to go when she runs away from such a violent situation. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Madam Speaker, once again, I think it's important to recognize that the gender-based violence strategy that we have launched, the strategy actually invests over $200 million in federal initiatives to prevent gender-based violence, to support survivors and their families, to promote responsive legal and justice system, Madam Speaker. But that also makes sure that we're supporting those organizations at the very front line that are providing support. And I look forward. And I think it's an issue that doesn't impact that impacts every single riding, and I think it's important to also work with our provincial and municipal counterparts to make this a reality in every community. And I look forward to working with my colleague on this ongoing issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Pleasure for me to rise in this House today and to speak regarding this very important bill, Bill C-5, an act to amend the Judges Act and also the Criminal Code of Canada. I have to say I feel very passionate about this piece of legislation because I've seen firsthand many barriers that women and Canadians face when they are victims of sexual violence. Prior to entering politics, I've mentioned it a few times in this House that I was a frontline social worker. And I served over 23 years with the Kodiak Regional RCMP as the Victim Services Coordinator. And during that time, I had the privilege of accompanying many survivors of sexual violence through some very, very difficult times. And once again, during my role within the RCMP, a part of my job was assisting police officers in conducting these types of investigations, but also helping victims to navigate through a very complex system, preparing them to court, and oftentimes accompanying them to court. I have personally had the privilege of accompanying probably thousands of victims that face these very difficult situations, and I wish that I could stand here today and say that I've never heard any inappropriate comments made by judiciaries, but that is not the case. I have seen firsthand some of the treatments that women and individuals have gone through, and that is why that I feel so passionate that this bill move forward, and I'm pleased to see that all members of this House are supporting the bill.
If passed, this bill will help train Superior Court judges who hear sexual assault cases so that they will not be influenced by harmful myths and stereotypes that still persist in our society. It will also provide a better understanding of the social context surrounding this type of crime. Such training will also serve to ensure that judges apply the law in a manner that respects the dignity and reality of survivors, and to ensure that they're well equipped to render decisions in a fair and impartial manner. In addition, this bill will require judges to explain in writing their final decisions in sexual assault cases. This will help to make the trial process more open and transparent.
Madam Speaker, sexual assault is a form of gender-based violence and one of the most underreported crimes in Canada. When I was a frontline worker, we'd oftentimes say that less than 6% of survivors come forward, and today we've heard in the House a statistic of 5%. So we know this crime is truly underreported. Unfortunately, gender-based violence is one of the most pervasive and deeply rooted human rights violation of our time. And we have to remember it's 100% preventable. Today, I would like to talk about our government's response, the Government of Canada's coordinated efforts to prevent and address gender-based violence. Because Bill C-5 is another important piece of a larger suite of initiatives designed to better support survivors and their families, as well as to promote a responsive legal justice system. First, let me explain what gender-based violence is. Gender-based violence is violence directed towards another person based on their gender identity, gender expression, or perceived gender. Gender-based violence is linked to gender inequalities, unequal power dynamics, and harmful gender norms and behaviors. It is made worse by other forms of discrimination. Women and girls, racialized women, lesbian, gay, and bisexual people, Indigenous people, and also people with disabilities are at an increased risk of experiencing gender-based violence. Transgender, two-spirited, and gender-diverse people in Canada are also experience higher rates of violence. In Canada, gender-based violence continues to happen at an extremely alarming rate. According to data collected by Statistics Canada, between 2008 and 2018, over 700 women were killed by their intimate partner in this country. What's more, in 2018, 1 in every 3 women have experienced unwanted sexual behavior in public. While these numbers are terrifying, the reality for Indigenous women and girls is even worse. In 2018, the rate of homicide was nearly 7 times higher for Indigenous women and girls than that of their non-Indigenous counterparts. Madam Speaker, faced with such a bleak picture, the government took action.
In 2017, the Government of Canada took action by launching the first ever federal strategy to prevent and counter gender-based violence, entitled Canada's Strategy to Prevent and Address Gender-Based Violence. The strategy invests more than $200 million in federal initiatives to prevent gender-based violence, to support survivors and their families, and also to promote more responsive judicial and legal systems.
Gender-based violence strategy is the first ever federal strategy of its kind. because it takes a whole-of-government approach and is informed by grassroots activism and feminist action. We listen to survivors and women's and equality-seeking organizations in communities across the country who are working tirelessly to address gender-based violence within their communities. Let me give you some examples of the initiatives under the strategy that were informed by their voices. As a part of the strategy, the Public Health Agency of Canada, or also known as FAC, is investing more than $40 million over 5 years and more than $9 million per year ongoing. This includes investing in initiatives that prevent child maltreatment, prevent teen and youth dating violence, and equip health professionals to respond to gender-based violence. For example, the Public Health Agency of Canada is funding projects through which young Canadians learn how to develop and to maintain healthy relationships that are free from violence and abuse. Educators are also provided with new tools to increase their capacity to deliver this type of guidance to young Canadians. Teaching teenagers across Canada about what a healthy relationship looks like, it also helps foster positive relationships, changes attitudes, and promotes gender equality. It helps foster a greater understanding, ultimately resulting in a safer community for any young Canadian anywhere in Canada, from coast to coast to coast. In addition, the Public Health Agency of Canada is investing more than $6 million per year to support the health of survivors of family violence, improving physical and mental health outcomes for youth and children, helping mothers experiencing family violence learn how the impact of violence on their parenting and their children's development while building mothers' self-esteem and improving their positive parenting and healthy relationship skills. And finally, building resilience and life skills in young women. Those are just some examples, Madam Speaker, of what the funded projects aim to accomplish. Madam Speaker, just as Bill C-5 proposes to train judges, under the strategy, we are training RCMP frontline officers so that they can better understand the social context surrounding gender-based violence. The goal is for survivors to feel more confident in moving forward to denounce their aggressors and for officers to be more understanding to the survivor's situation. Madam Speaker, these are just a few examples that demonstrate the ongoing progress of the strategy. Dans le cadre de la stratégie,
as part of the strategy, we will be working closely with all levels of government, including provincial and territorial governments, as well as with several departments and agencies. We will be pooling our resources to strengthen our capacity to support people affected by gender-based violence in communities across Canada. We are working on a national action plan to ensure that everyone facing gender-based violence has access to reliable and timely protection and services, no matter where they are or who they are.
Our accomplishments and the continual efforts we are making. The point is that our strategy, it's time, Canada's strategy to prevent gender-based violence, is moving forward because we know there is still more work that needs to be done. We need to give Bill C-5 our full support, the full support from all of us. We are counting on all members of Parliament to help us continue this crucial work to end gender-based violence within our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member across the way, or down the way, for her intervention today. I know she's had a lot of experience in this field through her work in social work, also with the RCMP. But really, at the core, this bill is about safety for women and girls, and it's giving judges the training and the tools to support mental health, gun violence in the homes, supporting the victims of violence in other ways. Could the Honourable Member talk about how nuanced and how interconnected issues are around gender-based violence, and how judges need to understand the nuances going forward in order to protect the safety of women and girls in our communities, and working with agencies like the Canadian Mental Health Association and Women in Crisis in Guelph, and agencies helping women in other ways as well?
The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my colleague from Guelph for his important question and also your tremendous work that you do in your riding when it comes to mental health and support services. So thank you. Chapeau to all the work that you do. When it comes to ensuring that judges receive the appropriate sensitivity training, I think that it's a must for all professions, and judges are not excluded of that. It's truly important when I look at the work that Ms. Ambrose did in putting this bill together. She has to be commended for a job very well done. This is probably an area that perhaps wasn't addressed for years gone by, but we certainly recognize that if we want to have an effective judicial system to meet the needs of all survivors of sexual violence or all types of victims, we have to make sure that the appropriate training is in place. And that is why that I commend, again, all members of this House for wanting to support this bill and hopefully get it through the other House in a very timely fashion.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member through you for her important speech on this issue. And of course, I enjoy my time with her on committee. PROC, we're together, and I appreciate her time in this House on this specific issue. One of the realities, though, is that sexual assault and gender-based violence disproportionately impacts women, members of the LGBTQ2+ communities, persons living with disabilities, people who are poor and suffering on the socioeconomic ladder, and also sex workers. So I'm just curious if the member could speak to the issue of how this bill will maintain and make sure that those groups are consulted, hopefully, and implement the training to better educate these particular folks on the realities facing them. Thank you.
Honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And once again, I want to also say that I quite appreciate working with the member opposite on the PROC committee and always appreciate her interventions. When it comes to providing the training that is needed, we certainly have to recognize that we have many vulnerable groups within our society. And the groups that you have listed, we certainly recognize that they are also victims of sexual violence at a higher proportion than many others. Therefore, we have to make sure that the training is appropriate. I would also like to highlight, however, when it comes to our gender-based violence strategy, that I'm extremely proud that our government has consulted with many of those vulnerable groups as indicated by my colleague. We wanted to make sure that we got this strategy right. And to get this strategy right, we had to meet with people with lived experience and living experience, and also people who work with these clients as well. And as a result, we've come up with really what I think is a wonderful strategy, really the first strategy of its kind in Canada. And not only are we looking at the judicial system within this strategy, but also looking at all social services that affect our victims or our survivors of sexual violence and other forms of gender-based violence. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Resuming debate. Well, seeing none. Is the House ready for the question? Yes. Yes. And the question is as follows. Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Monsef, moves that Bill C-5, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopté.
Adopted. Carried.
This bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find unanimous consent at this time to call it 6:39.
Pleasure of the House to... So in accordance to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The work isn't done, so can we... The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in this House today to discuss a question I asked a few weeks ago of the Minister of Veterans Affairs. The reality is, last year there was a motion put forward in this House, an NDP motion by the member from Courtenay Alberni, that proposed that when we look at the reality of so many veterans in our country, we want to make sure to support them the best way we know how. And the best way to do that is to make sure that any unspent resources that is not spent at the end of the fiscal year would move to the forward into the next fiscal year. So that motion was voted on in this House and actually was one, happily, that was voted on unanimously. It was good to see the support of all members of the veterans who have served our country. Sadly, this motion was voted on positively, but the implementation and the action was not taken. And in fact, that meant that last year, $381 million was not spent on veterans as it should have been, in my opinion. For me, I just believe that veterans of this country that served us so fearlessly deserve better. The minister answered the question that I asked by saying, and I quote, "Benefits are demand-driven." End quote. Then on February the 10th, multiple articles came out letting Canadians know that there were 44,000 veterans waiting on information about their disability benefits. That this was a list that was at the end of September, which was a 10% increase from 6 months earlier. That is quite a startling number. We know because veterans have told us that long delays are stressful. And to change these delays, it seems to me what is needed is more resources. More resources that go into things like finding staff that can actually help deliver these services so that those backlogs aren't getting so long. In fact, what was interesting to me is that the minister, when interviewed on this particular fact, said in one article, and I quote, "Of course, I always want more money. But what we have to do is deal with the money that we have and make sure that we put the system together as efficiently as possible." End quote. So the minister is saying, I would always want more money. And yet there was a motion in the House that said if unspent dollars from the end of the fiscal year are not used, let's forward it and put it in to the next year's motion, or the next year's fiscal year. So that was the NDP motion. That was something we all voted for in this House unanimously. And then we realized that in the 2018 to 2019 allotment for Veterans Affairs, it was actually $127 million less than the year before. And at the end of that same period of 2018-2019, $100 million, actually over $100 million, was left unspent. The Veterans Ombudsperson's report stated very clearly that wait times are the single greatest complaint that they receive. So today I'm here to ask the question again. Why are the resources promised to veterans not being forwarded, and when will action be taken? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague who brought up the issue that is very important, not only to myself and to our government, to all Canadians, of course. That is the well-being of our veterans, members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and their families. I know this House supported the motion in 2018 to end lapsed funding. We all want to ensure veterans and their families have access to the supports and services they need when they need them. The well-being of veterans is a top priority for myself and our government. That is why we are committed to do more to support veterans and their families. Our benefits are demand-driven. No matter how many veterans come forward, when eligible, they will receive the benefits. The process guarantees that whenever a veteran comes forward, this year, next year, beyond, they will receive those benefits. The resources are there for them at all times. Mr. Speaker, over 90% of Veteran Affairs budget goes to funding veterans' programs and benefits. Every day, over $5 million in disability benefit goes to veterans. Last year alone, we spent $4.4 billion directly on benefits and services for veterans and their families and other eligible recipients. This is $1 billion more than the former Conservative government. This year, we expect to spend approximately $5 billion directly on services and benefits for our veterans. Changing how we account the lapsed funding will not change that, and nor will it change our priorities. The veterans community is evolving and expanding along with its needs. Veteran Affairs is evolving too. For example, we opened 10 offices to provide better services face-to-face with veterans and their families. These offices, of course, were closed by the former Conservative government. We increased the amount of benefits provided to veterans with service-related injuries and illness. And we introduced Pension for Life as an option for them. We also introduced 8 new and enhanced initiatives to better support the seamless transition to life after service. Our evolution in services and benefits and success is reaching veterans and their families has led to a significant increase in volume. Disability benefits application rose alone in 2015 from 29,000 to last year 54,000. That's almost double the increase. To respond to this increased demand, Veteran Affairs increases its program budget. This guarantees that no matter how many veterans come forward or when, they will receive the benefits and services that they are entitled. It's worthwhile to note that last year, 98% of the estimated funds available was spent to support veterans and their families with the benefits and services they needed. That's 98%, Mr. Speaker. The remaining 2% that the honourable member is identifying provides VAC the required flexibility to ensure that sufficient funding is available to support all veterans who are approved for those benefits. Therefore, there has been no impact on our commitment to help veterans or the ability of the department to deliver the services required. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
General Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I mean, I'm sort of shocked. I would not disagree in any way. We know that the Conservatives did not support the veterans the way that veterans demanded, and that was totally something that I witnessed and saw. And the reality is the new government, who keeps comparing itself to the last government, still has not hired back the amount of people to actually do the work as the Conservatives removed. So that's definitely something that maybe that lapse funding could help out with. I just have to say, though, 44,000 on the wait list for disability benefits, 44,000 veterans waiting. And what we're hearing from the government is, oh, don't worry, you will receive your benefits. But the question is when and how long, and why is this process taking so long? So I hope that this government will take this serious, treat veterans a little bit better, and look at the opportunity to follow the motion that was in this House to make sure that lapse spending gets given back to that particular group who needs it so desperately, especially when the wait lists are this long.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And because Veterans Affairs Canada's program and services are demand-driven, we will never be able to predict 100% accurately the exact funds that are required for the program for the upcoming year. Rest assured, however, that there will always be money available to support those who are eligible for these benefits. Moreover, we will continue to adapt and provide programs and services to the changing needs of veterans and their families. We will review them and see where things can be improved. Make no mistake, Madam Speaker, we always want to provide faster and more efficient and higher quality service for our veterans, and this government will never cease in our efforts to improve the lives of our veterans and their families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in the House today to follow up on a question I asked to the Minister of Health on February 6th with regards to the opioids crisis and how it is affecting my community in profound ways. Madam Speaker, every day in parts of my community is a reminder of just how bad this crisis has become. It has become, it is a big city problem that has moved to small communities. And I look at the work of the RCMP and of various frontline service organizations, and we are very much at a breaking point. Madam Speaker, if you look nationwide, we now have nearly 14,000 people who have died from the opioid crisis. More than 17,000 people have been hospitalized as a result of this mounting crisis. And if you look at my riding, Madam Speaker, in the 2018-19 year, we had 26,683 client visits, representing 316 unique individuals. There were 170 overdoses recorded, and more than a third of the total unique users were youth who were aged 15 to 24. 75% of this group are Indigenous, and 20% have complex needs. First responders, overdose prevention facilities, and emergency rooms have all endured massive costs, both monetary and emotionally, because the frontline service workers are experiencing high rates of burnout, and this burnout means that we can't recruit the people who are needed. And it was actually nearly 4 years ago, Madam Speaker, that BC's Medical Officer of Health declared a public health emergency. So one of my asks today, Madam Speaker, is that the federal government finally take note of this crisis, declare it a national health emergency, and start giving communities like mine the assistance that they need. The other thing we need, Madam Speaker, is we need this federal government to take a leadership role and start tackling this crisis with innovative measures, such as decriminalization of small possession amounts. It is time to stop using the criminal justice system to tackle what is a social and health problem. We have to stop criminalizing people whose only crime is being addicted to drugs. They do not need the justice system. They do not need jail time. They need social services. They need health services. And we need a federal government who's prepared to show the courage to bring those types of measures in. The stigma associated with criminalization prevents many of these people from actually getting the help they need, and Canada need only look to jurisdictions like Portugal, which in 2001 decriminalized small possession amounts and has shown amazing turnarounds, going from a country that used to have one of the highest overdose death rates in all of Europe to now a country with one of the lowest ones, where now people who are addicted to drugs are actually encouraged to come and get the help they need without having fear of retribution from the criminal justice system. And the other point, Madam Speaker, in a final closing thing, is that this government has to start getting serious about providing a safe supply of drugs. It is the tainted street supply of drugs that is causing all of this death and destruction, and the longer we ignore this issue, the more it's going to continue. This is causing huge amounts of damage, not only in the number of deaths, but also in the survivors, people who are having to deal with lifelong brain injury as a result. And we think about what the cost this will be. You know, this is being borne by families, by members of my community, by small business owners. And I am asking this federal government to take a look at those three things: declaring a national health emergency, decriminalizing small amounts, and making sure we have a safe supply so that we actually take a leadership on this crisis and deliver the help that communities like mine actually need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to, just on a personal note, I want to thank the member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. He gets this. He truly cares, and I want to thank him for that. Not only that passion and that compassion, but the fact that he truly cares. We are deeply concerned about Canada's opioid overdose crisis. New data released in December shows that from January of 2016 to June of 2019, 13,913 people across this country have died as a result of opioid overdoses. While this number is staggering, we must not lose sight of the fact that this crisis impacts many more people than are reflected just in the statistics. Each death affects families, friends, communities, and loved ones, creating a loss felt by tens of thousands of people. This crisis is impacting all Canadians and is a national public health crisis of the highest priority. This tragedy involves many factors. However, we know that the vast majority of overdose deaths are caused by illegally produced, highly toxic synthetic opioids like fentanyl and carfentanil. The introduction of these substances into Canada's illegal drug market corresponds with the steep rise in overdose deaths. Therefore, an important element in our response to the crisis must be to address the smuggling of these toxic opioids into Canada. We've responded by enacting new legislation, fast-tracking regulatory action, making investments and working collaboratively with other countries to prevent the smuggling of illicit drugs from countries like China. Prior to amendments to the Customs Act under Bill C-37, CBSA officers did not have the authority to inspect international packages weighing 30 grams or less without consent from the sender or addressee. For context, Madam Speaker, one 30-gram package can contain enough fentanyl to kill 15,000 people. Today, officers now have the authority to open any incoming package when they have reasonable grounds. We have also put in place scheduling amendments to restrict importation of chemicals used to produce fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances illegally. Additionally, our government has provided up to an additional $76.2 million to address the opioid crisis and problematic substance use, bringing the total recent investment to more than $100 million, including $30.5 million from Budget 2019. Because illegal drug trafficking knows no borders, international cooperation is also essential. Canada is working closely with international partners to prevent fentanyl and carfentanil from entering our country. Nowhere is our partnership stronger than with the United States. In fact, last June, Prime Minister Trudeau and President Trump reconfirmed our shared desire to address the overdose crisis ravaging both Canada and the United States by committing to a joint action plan. Both our countries are also working with the Chinese government to address the issue of illicitly produced fentanyl. The Government of Canada welcomed China's recent efforts to disrupt the illegal trafficking of fentanyl, as well as its addition of fentanyl-related substances to its supplementary list of controlled narcotics. Enforcement to reduce the illegal drug supply is, however, just one component of our government's approach. If we are to turn the tide on this tragedy, we must commit to saving lives and supporting people who use drugs to improve their health and well-being. That is why our government restored harm reduction as a pillar of the Canadian Drugs and Substances Strategy, approved more than 40 supervised consumption sites across the country, made naloxone available without a prescription, and provided $150 million through the Emergency Treatment Fund to provinces and territories to improve the access to evidence-based substances and treatment services. A further $106.7 million was provided in Budget 2019, which includes funding for pilot projects focused on pharmaceutical alternatives to the illegal drug market. Our government recognizes that
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And look, I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his words, but honestly, I extend this invitation to him right here now. If he and the Minister of Health wants to come to my riding, the invitation is open anytime. I'd be happy to introduce him to the Cowichan Leadership Group, which is made up of local political representatives from across the political spectrum. And Madam Speaker, I can say right here and now that from the local mayors, the CVRD, to the MLA, to myself, to Island Health, we stand united as a community in asking our federal government to do more, because we have gone through this crisis now over the last 4 years. The problem is a daily reminder, and I ask him, I plead with him to listen to my community and local business groups, national health emergency, moving on with decriminalization, and extending the provision of a safe supply of drugs. Our community needs this. I don't want to see any more people of my community harmed by this crisis. We need the federal government to step up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I thank the member for his compassion. In the speech from the throne and in the minister's mandate letter, our government reaffirmed its commitment to making it easier for people struggling with problematic substance use to get help, specifically working with the provinces and territories on new investments that expand community-based services, build more inpatient rehabilitation beds, and scale up the most effective programs. However, we know that stigma regarding substance abuse is hindering efforts to address the opioid overdose crisis. That's why one of our government's priorities in responding to this opioid crisis is to address this stigma. Under Budget 2018, over $13 million was invested in a national public awareness campaign to help change attitudes and perceptions about people who use drugs. Thank you again, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona on international trade.
Madam Speaker, so-called Canadian mining companies are destroying our nation's reputation around the world. The horrific impact of these companies is neither new nor surprising given the lack of accountability of so-called Canadian companies when it comes to upholding human rights, labour rights and environmental rights in countries in which they operate. Companies flying the Canadian flag choose to work in countries where the rule of law is weak, democracy is fragile, respect for human rights is tenuous, corruption can be rampant, and accountability is non-existent. The absence of regulatory and institutional systems allow these mining companies to take advantage of these fragile and unstable countries, and vulnerable people suffer because of it. We have seen over and over again that these companies are allowed to operate in ways favorable to their bottom line while preventing the investigation of human rights violations they perpetrate. Madam Speaker, 2/3 of the world's mining firms are currently incorporated in Canada. Can we imagine why that is? We have such lax oversight of these companies that whether they're Canadian or not, they are incorporated here. For far too long, we've allowed companies flying the Canadian flag to operate in developing countries without any accountability for serious human rights and environmental right violations. Despite this government's claims, we are not protecting the most vulnerable populations, and we are not holding these companies to account. The late NDP Member of Parliament Paul Dewar worked tirelessly, fighting for human rights in Canada and around the world. Paul demanded an ombudsman over a decade ago, and the NDP have been fighting for this position ever since. Finally, in 2018, the Liberal government created the Ombudsman for Responsible Enterprise to oversee Canadian mining, oil and gas operations around the world. The Ombudsman was mandated to review alleged human rights abuses arising from Canadian companies' operations abroad, make recommendations, monitor those recommendations, suggest trade measures for companies that do not cooperate in good faith, and report publicly throughout the process. But that's not what's happening. This government promised an independent ombudsperson with real powers to investigate abuses and redress harms caused by companies that fly the Canadian flag. Instead, the powers of the ombudsman were watered down, and the promises made by this government have not been kept. In fact, it's business as usual. Once again, this government has said all the right things and has done nothing to actually ensure accountability. I have worked in international development for over 20 years, and I have witnessed firsthand the profoundly damaging impacts that Canadian mining companies have had abroad. I have stood in Nicaragua in front of a fence that says, "Go home, Canada." I have spoken to mothers who have to give their children poisoned water because that is all they have, because mining companies flying the Canadian flag have poisoned the aquifer in which their communities depend. I have been to Nicaragua, I have been to Peru, I've been to Ecuador. I have seen what has happened when we are not able to hold Canadian companies to account. I have seen how vulnerable people are impacted when these mining companies move in, how their resources are pulled out, their environment is irreparably damaged, and the communities are left to suffer. Independent and respected organizations like Amnesty International and the United Nations have identified widespread abuses by Canadian companies. Those include targeted assassinations, gang rape, violence against unarmed protesters, and the use of slave labor. When Canadians learn about what these companies are doing, they are shocked. They cannot believe that our government will sit idly by and let these abuses happen. Canadians
have to give the Parliamentary Secretary the opportunity to answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada is determined to adopt responsible business conduct here and throughout the world. Canadian companies are recognized for their leadership and their positive contributions to the communities where they operate. Responsible business conduct is different from corporate social responsibility because it goes beyond a philanthropic approach It's an approach that recognizes and requires that businesses act to prevent and deal with any negative impact they may have.
All Canadians expect our companies abroad to operate at the highest of standards. This means respecting human rights, addressing climate change, and ensuring environmental protections, and conducting their business in a way that is very much in line with our Canadian values. Canada's approach to responsible business conduct includes both preventative measures and dispute resolution mechanisms, namely the Canadian Ombudsman for Responsible Enterprise and the National Contact Point for the OECD Guidelines for Multinationals.
In April 2019, our government appointed Sherry Meyerhofer, Canadian Ombudsman for Responsible Enterprise. This is the first position of its kind in the world, Madam Speaker, the very first. The Ombudsman's mandate includes promoting international guidelines, advising and working with Canadian businesses on their practices and policies, and in examining all complaints of human rights violations linked to Canadian business activity abroad. This involves the mining, oil and gas, and garment sectors. The Ombudsman can also provide informal mediation services and can advise the Minister on any issues related to her mandate.
Complements Canada's pre-existing voluntary dispute resolution mechanism, Canada's National Contact Point. In addition to offering this dispute resolution, the National Contact Point also promotes the implementation of the OECD guidelines, the most comprehensive set of international standards for the business community. The OECD guidelines are applicable to all sectors and cover multiple issues such as disclosure, employment and labor relations, human rights, the environment, and corruption. Canada's resolution mechanisms are robust, Madam Speaker. Not collaborating in good faith could result in recommendations by the Ombudsman or the NCP to deny or withdraw enhanced trade advocacy support and future Export Development Canada financial support.
Further strengthening Canada's commitment toward responsible business conduct, our government is currently renewing its strategy. The renewed strategy will provide a framework to further strengthen Canada's leadership in the area of responsible business conduct. Thank you very much.
Stratsko.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect, to talk about promoting and advising and examining is not what we're talking about here. We need to have an ombudsman that actually has the ability to make decisions, to compel witnesses, to have judicial powers. And the idea that we're going to sit back and advise companies that it would be nice if they didn't do human rights abuses around the country while flying the Canadian flag, and it would be pleasant if we could make sure that women and families are not forced to drink poisoned water is not enough. We need an ombudsperson that has teeth, that can actually, Canadians need to see action when it comes to this. To say that our businesses are accountable, that are operating lawfully, responsibly, they're not. This is a lie. And I think all Canadians would be shocked and disappointed in this government to know how little they think about our reputation around the world.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are committed to demonstrating leadership around the world on responsible business conduct, and we are taking action. We are engaging with companies early to prevent problems from arising, while also providing access to remedies when issues do occur. Part of leadership is taking ownership over our problems, and we know we can always strive to do even more. That is why our approach includes both prevention and access to dispute resolution and remedy. L'application d'une
Responsible business conduct is a crucial contribution from the private sector in supporting the implementation of Canada's Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.